Okay. Now we're going to Zoom. There. Boom. Am I on? I don't know. I turn my other volume down on this thing and I'll see. As people don't message me while I'm when I'm on Zoom. I don't want to hear my phone, computer and stuff go ping, ping, ping. Like, yeah, my hair just disappears. See, so what's there isn't always what's really there. What you see may be an illusion. It doesn't think my hair is part of me or something. You know, it's all a computer doing it, right? Oh, no. Where am I? Boom. Says I'm live on there on my YouTube. Oh, is it? Is it? Is it? Is it? Should be. It should be. I only see my name on the YouTube. I'm not seeing my stream. There it is. There. Yeah. Okay, I'm up. So we're waiting for all the drama of January to get out of the way. A lot of people worried about what's going to happen and stuff, and nothing's going to really change except all they're cleaning the house, we'll say. Thank God for special forces. You know, all the criminals, they all said, I'm a criminal or I'm not a criminal when they cast their vote last week. That was spectacular. And all the ones that said I'm a criminal, pew, bye-bye. See you in Gitmo. There's no visitor hours. Yeah. So, see, so who's in here? Dirk, Steve, and because I can. Well, you are, aren't you? Just because you can. So what's happening? Hey, Jason, I guess I could put a link up for discussion. It's gonna be hard talking about the treasure with all the shit going on in this other world that we live in. Hang on right here. I'm gonna get a link. Oh, get a link here. There, it's copied. Now I've got to go to somewhere to send a messenger here and send it out. Dang it, that's not messenger. Let's click that button, not the YouTube button. You know, I push messenger and it takes me to YouTube. I don't know what's wrong with that. Oh, I'm still on while I'm doing this. That's cool. I can see myself pushing the buttons. Okay. Where is old Jason? Way down the list. I wish it had it. You know, they're putting it so you go to send somebody a message, and it's not in order of who you last talked to, who you last got a message from, or something. It's not in alphabetical order. It's in order who you ain't talked to that comes up first, and all the people that you do talk to are way down the list. I'm hoping you can still hear me. I see my screen has gone to just my name there, but I'm here. Oh, Jesus. Where is he? Where? I'm trying to find him. Oh, well, let's do it this other way. And we'll put it in the YouTube chat. That's crazy. You gotta go into, you might hear, I might double speak talk, hear myself while I'm posting that into the chat. What a pain. They got to have an easier way. It's like send there. Come on, paste. Go there. Now there. Done. The message is held for review, huh? Wow. Oh yeah, I just got taken shit. Yeah. I don't know why your thing is held for review, Jason. Yeah, maybe because you, I don't know. Oh, okay. Now that isn't supposed to be happening. Turn YouTube off. Dang, dang. Okay. Oh, now I'm set. God, I wanted to get the link into the chat on YouTube. Oh, and is somebody calling in? Let me see here. Participants. Oh, I don't see any, but if somebody did, try again. I can only do one thing in the settings at a time here, you know. Maybe that was a messenger thing I got. Oh, but yeah, I think Forrest is kind of in purgatory. He's in purgatory until he gives the person who solved it, the real finder, the person who solved it, the person who has a solution, and not this promoter writer guy. He's working for his brother's Jerry Maguire, you know. They're just the promotion company. He's works for the promotion company that Forrest hired to promote his treasure hunt. Still hasn't answered my email. And I mean, at a point, I'm not gonna. I mean, if he does answer it, you know, months later, it's gonna. Well, I'm just gonna think that's just another junk email there. You know, the old Jack Stoof didn't answer my email, and oh, he answers everybody. No, he doesn't answer everybody's email. He answers everybody's email if you're wrong about stuff. If you're right about it, like Forrest, isn't going to tell you anything new. So, anybody else joining in yet? More. I don't see anybody. I got the link there. I think I sent an email to Reed Randall. Talk about the reeds. Moses was put in the reeds. It's funny when someone's got a name. Oh, it's tied to it. You know, Forrest. I like that. This guy's name is the Reeds, and he doesn't know that his name is a reed, which is a clue to Moses. Everything ties to Moses. The water and everything. I didn't want to come on here and talk to myself. Oh, wait, not why isn't my thing showing? Participants. Admit there. Joining. Okay. Take me back to my screen. There I am. There he is. There's Jason. Hey, Jason. Why isn't my thing showing?
Hey, Bill.
Thought I could slide the screen and get us both on there. Who knows? It ain't giving me the option. So it's who's ever talking's on screen.
How's that? How's that?
Yeah, it's there we go. That should have done it. No, it didn't. I slid it over and it didn't change the thing. Oh well.
So
Maybe. What's that?
Said I bet you're having fun with today's politics, aren't you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But when you realize what's really going down, it's like there's no worries. We're not turning communist, not yet. What it is when everything in the government, when the people elected to defend our Constitution aren't defending our Constitution, it's the military's job to straighten their shit up. There were special forces that grabbed Pelosi's laptop. And that's why she's in such a panic, because she's going down.
I thought they said that she was in jail like last night or the night before. They caught her at the Canadian border.
They caught her?
I think
I
so.
didn't say that.
Yeah, I've heard that she was in jail.
Could be. Probably trying to they're locking down on I think the border was already locked down. But being a powerful politician, she probably figured she'd get through.
Yeah.
But I seen video that there are troops marching around the Capitol building right now.
I don't know. I just feel as though some things are kind of a slippery slope. A lot of the protesters, like I just got into a conversation with the old man today, and and he's about like you are. He listens to everything, and but I was like, there's the military is not allowed to really turn on its people, and just because the left and the right are fighting, they both have the freedom of speech. They both have, they're all practicing their rights, except a very small 5% that are the actual terrorists that are blending in with them. And I don't know, it's just a slippery slope, if and I told him, I was like, I don't think it's us ourselves that are going to take away our constitutional rights, because what happens today, I don't want to say the word liberals, but they're going to create bills and laws to prevent what's going on. But in 4 years, that's going to backfire on us. And I don't think people understand that.
Oh, there's. I think it's. He's declared the Insurrection Act, which allows him to bring the military in,
Yeah.
to bring the guard in without without a governor asking.
No, it's
And, and the whole Q thing, that's military intelligence all along. That's the military is in control of this. And when you have traitors in government that are supposed to be representing you, but they're representing China, and like Lindsay, was it is McConnell or Grant? One their wife has a big shipping, Chinese has big shipping company in China, and you know, when they're selling secrets to they're giving away military secrets to the Chinese. They gave them the hammer and the whatever thing, the software that they were able to hack into our elections. I heard today that was Comey who sold that software to the Chinese, and so Comey is gonna, and he's gonna be on a rope or have a bullet through his head by firing squad. All these politicians that went along and said, I don't think I think this is all. There's no evidence whatsoever. Did you look at any of it? Because they've been putting the evidence out there, and they refuse to look at it and make claim there is no evidence.
It's just like this Forrest Fenn chase.
Yeah.
If we've learned anything, it's that nothing is as it seems.
The chase and the politics are going hand in hand.
They are.
We have a fake winner, and the real winner isn't out yet.
No, and that's very true, and it's actually been going hand in hand for quite some time.
Yeah.
And I've been making the parallels myself, but it's, oh man, I am a true believer. It's just like if you buy a computer, right? It's the latest technology, right? You buy that.
Yeah, it was.
Do you really think? Do you really think it's the late
2013 computer has an i7 chip, and they still sell i7 chips?
But you know what I mean? It's like that technology is used at a government level 30 years before we ever hear about it. So like if we're that much kept in the dark just on technology, and I just feel that these important facts about politics that are going on that we're able to hear and see, I just feel that it's all a big staged show. Like if
well,
if they can keep us in the dark.
There's the one reason Donald's been so fearless. The big main reason Donald's been so fearless and so certain is because the military's behind him 100%.
Yeah.
And when it comes down to it, they got the guns, they got the missiles, the helicopters, the heat sinkers. and I wouldn't be surprised if he used a drone on 44.
I don't know. I
because
lost 44
loved to use drones.
I've always
to take people out with drones.
I've always wanted to believe that us, the people as children, had good parents. I've always wanted to believe that, and this last year let me know that it's bullshit. Like I don't trust there's anything that I hear or see anymore. I don't trust any of it. It's not that I'll throw a negative vibe that I'm not going to trust it, but I'll tell you what, I'm going to be a skeptic. I'm not going to just buy into it anymore. I'm like, you fucking pulled us around so much. Like there ain't no way I'm going to buy into it.
Yeah. No,
And
they've been the surveillance and all. I mean, they've gotten what was it, 20 of the 20 laptops were taken when the people went in the Capitol.
yeah, but there's also footage of a girl that said that she got sprayed by mace. And if you look at the camera and in her hand, she has a fucking onion in her hand that she like to get her eyes watered. Like,
Oh,
like what the fuck is that?
yeah,
You're
yeah.
in the
And who
middle of
sprayed
all
her?
this. Why do
Was
you
she
even have a
deserving?
freaking onion in your pocket?
There are videos with the guards. The guards going, "Come on, come on, come on in."
That's what I'm saying. It's
Yeah,
all like
it's like they were let in, so that the
so.
people inside could go, "Oh, they're raiding us. We're." It was all fake.
And I refuse to believe that you have a right wing and a left wing, but
Yeah,
they're the same fucking bird.
yeah,
It's the same bird.
yeah. And they have Antifa people that were uh, infiltrating the Trump side, and they had people from the special forces was infiltrating Antifa. You
You know
know?
what? When Zoom came out, they said Zoom was the worst. They said they were warning people not to use Zoom because it's nothing but a data collector that you just installed on your computers. And it's
Yeah,
funny how the society made us go into Zoom. Like we didn't have a choice. Like people had to go to work at home and work remotely. And it's like, okay, if Zoom is this big threat that we were warned about, and now we're all being forced into using it. And
yeah.
it just seems the whole thing just seems way
Where's
too
the other option?
convenient.
Where's
You
the
know,
where's the other option? There
you
isn't.
know, you could go old school Skype that conveniently doesn't really work all that well anymore. You know what I mean? You can
Yeah,
go to Microsoft Teams, like that's one that's I know a few companies that use that because of the danger of Zoom. They use Microsoft Teams. It's a little more secure, but every common person is going to go straight and download Zoom on their computer.
yeah. I just got a 1 year subscription, so
Well, I mean, at this point, does it matter? I mean, they're going to
yeah.
get what they want anyways. If
Uh,
you are that interested, here
they're
I am.
not going to learn. There's nothing strategic that they're going to learn from me or you.
No, no.
My chat, stop. Oh, come on, back. Stop.
So yeah, I just
My
what's going to happen in the future? What's 10 years going to be like, Bill? Like, what are they saying? What's the end game?
if they let the communist crowd in, I mean, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to round us up and cut our heads off
March us
just
right
for
into the
voting for
incinerator.
just for voicing our opinion, you know. And Faith Twitter and Jack Dorsey's going to go. He's going on a rope, trying to overthrow the government, silence the people. There's where they gone wrong. Is trying to silence the people, and the people aren't going to stand for that bullshit.
So I've got a question, and I shouldn't say this on YouTube for one, but it's something that I feel kind of strongly about. So I've watched a lot of those public audits, and I watched those Second Amendment people, and it's got like the Boogaloos. They're like the new militia groups, and we've got our old school patriots, and it's like I'll watch them, and so as a our right to bear arms, right? We can carry our handgun. And when there's a threat, we are allowed to use our handgun. And if you were to go step by step with the laws as they're written, so there's a lot of scenarios out there that there's video footage of. And it's got all these, I'm going to call them posers. It's got all these posers that are trying to get the word out about, protect your civil rights. And But it seems like every time when it comes down to it, they hand their gun over. And I don't understand that. It's like you'll take it to the max, you'll argue your way, and the so like if you're walking and you what is your opinion on this, Bill? Let's say I'm walking down the street. I'm carrying my firearm on my waist. I am totally within my rights. A police officer approaches me, notices an old lady walked by and saw my handgun, got offended, called the police. The police come up and approach me and ask me for my ID. And I tell them, am I, how do I want to say it? Was there a law or was there a crime being committed? Because they're not allowed to ask you for your identification unless it's within the act of a crime. And they'll say whatever. And then they notice my handgun. And that police officer at that time pulls his handgun out and points it at me and says, disarm yourself. Within the law, the way it's written, I can take that as a threat. I
Yeah.
can take that because that cop, I have the right to be there with my gun. Now, in all these videos I watch, it scares all the people that are like actually trying to be cool, and they hand their gun over. But within the law, shouldn't I be able to pull my weapon and shoot at that cop at that point that he threatened me with his handgun?
They use it to threaten you, but the cops aren't who you got to worry about. It's the other people,
But you see what I mean though. But
treasure hunters and stuff.
but I just feel as though that if you're gonna walk the walk, if you're gonna talk the talk, you gotta walk the walk, right? So let's say that this communism comes in and civil war breaks out and all this stuff, like who are actually going to defend anybody? I mean, I don't think there's a winning chance if it comes down to that.
I had an incident in Oregon. I was living in a bus, and I had some people that were property sitting an old motel that had no power, no running water, nothing, and they had solar generators and no jack. He's a problem because the neighbor dogs are in heat,
Yeah.
and he is a total nutball. Come here, come here, come here. But anyhow, so the people who were letting me be there were having trouble with the guy around the corner, and this guy around the corner come over and start yelling stuff and cursing and come here, Jack. Now, come here. Dumb horny dog. You no, Jack. Okay. So anyhow, I heard the commotion outside. What these neighbors back and forth with the people that weren't letting me be there, and I put on my holster with my gun, and I went outside and I told the guys at the sidewalk, I said, it's time for you to leave. Don't come over here harassing us, and all they saw the gun and they left. Boom. And then they called the cops. He came out with a gun, and the cops said, "Yeah." And they told us it never it stayed in your holster the whole time. So it's like, yeah. And after they left, I put it away. So there was nothing, no threat to anybody. Okay, you take over a minute.
I'm good. You're good. I'll talk with chat a little bit. So yeah, I was looking at Rick Racks. Weighs less than resisting arrest, but there's no crime. That's the point I'm making, is if there's no crime, it's not. Um,
Put him on his rope. He's outside. He'll probably chew through the rope in 5 minutes and be over at the neighbor's house.
Yeah. Do you want me to? I'll remind you to go let him back in.
I got to put him on the rope because he runs over there, but I put him on, and he'll go wrap it around something and pull it tight, and then he's got them razor teeth that cut right through it. So there's like knots, square knots everywhere he's cut through the rope. He's got 150 feet of rope.
Yeah. So where's Greg at tonight? I was.
His webpage says his internet is down again. Maybe he drank too much. I don't know. I hate how it's doing that with my hair. I think it only does that to gray hair people.
I don't think anybody cares, Bill. It's okay.
The other way to fix it, maybe with a hat. Hold my hair from doing that.
There you go.
Yeah, probably the hat will disappear. Yeah, it thinks it's my hair now. See? Yeah. All right.
You should.
That's a ranger hat. Now it's disappearing.
I think that.
Oh.
I think that a couple of these folks that are in the chat should hop on here and have an open discussion about whatever they want, Billy.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to get some new voices on the YouTubes. I totally promote it, man. I do. I want something to do and watch too, you know? Like, I'll just sit back and watch someone else ramble.
I think we're pretty much covered. It was going to be hell, you know. If they didn't fix this fake election, then we're screwed. We were screwed. You know, not only we'd been banned from every social media there is, you know, and so that's how that side is. That's what communists do. They don't give a if you don't think like us, then we kill you. You know.
So Dove End, you know, even if Jack is not the real finder, he's obviously got some connections to be where he's at. That makes me wonder Forrest, why, and it makes
Forrest
me
put him where he is.
That's probably.
Well, his brother.
That's probably Greg. That I get a feeling that's probably Greg right there.
Where's that?
That Dove End.
Oh,
that's probably Greg.
Yeah, I don't know.
Greg, hop in here, buddy.
I think
actually Greg should be able to hop in. He hopped in with his phone last night. He should be able to get into here.
Granny, the voice disguise wasn't good enough to disguise Greg.
Oh. Well, and I'm interested in what Greg's got up his sleeve. I know he can be pretty.
Well, I put the link up. I put the link up. He can come on and.
You should copy it and put it on a few more times.
And then I could tell him, no. This is no. We're not going to talk about that. No. Yes or no? No explanations.
Like I said, I don't think that Gregory's all that bad. I just think that he's got some feelers were hurt at one time, and he has some personal grudges, but deep down, I still talk with him. I like talking with him.
Yeah, some of the people I wanted, like, you know, I sent an invite to Reed Randall, you know, because he'd be fun to talk to, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes people have good their solution may be off, but they got some good idea. And Reed's been posting stuff that's like right here in my neighbor about Moffat and stuff. And
Yeah.
Moffat is right here by the alligators where Elvis is, you
Yeah.
know, and then Amelia Earhart landed here on the north side of Alamosa. And you know, the bell at Jack Dempsey's, he prayed for D's. There was a lot of things that it's the subtle hints.
Is it my internet that's slow, or what's going slow in the chat? Like, it seems like YouTube's not keeping up very well.
Oh, they've got the whole internet slowed down. They're worried about us having some effect on Nancy going to the ropes.
You know, Bill, she's probably sitting down, curled up in a nice fuzzy blanket right now, and everything's playing out the way it's supposed to. You know?
Yeah, I heard Canada ain't letting them. There's no escape. They're hunting down the traitors, the ones that sold us out to foreign countries. Even the Vatican is dark right now. They say because they're behind spinning the election, behind the data, the hacking and all that. It was, and China, Comey had given China this hammer whatever software that they're able to get in and change the elections.
Like Russia. I'm just reading the chat too, Bill.
Oh,
That Dovin, they've got a lot to say right now.
Yeah. Duvand, that Duvand might get restricted here, but because
No.
there's one thing people don't. I don't have any strings attached here.
That's
Nobody
fine.
pulls my strings. Nobody tells me what I can and can't think. If you think you can tell me what I can think, then yeah, double blazes. Go jump in a freaking lake.
Well, I mean, it can still be that way. It's just up to you to not be influenced. And I still say that
nobody
I
should try
still
and control anybody else.
no, but it's up to that person if they're going to be controlled or not, right? I mean,
Yeah,
we all
that's
got free will.
That's right there, double blazes. It ain't gonna work.
I'm interested in the stuff he's saying, so I'm reading it. So I mean, he's not being like offensive and stupid. So no, I'm not a very big fan of, like, you know, moderating people. I think they all got a voice. Now, if there's like children watching and they're being profane about things, then obviously you got to cut them out. But we're all adults here. There ain't nobody in this chat that could say anything that I haven't already heard. So I just let them say.
I got a notification from YouTube that my smoke 'em if you got 'em video was put on age restriction.
Oh shit!
For you have to be over 18 to watch it, or
Yeah.
over 21, whatever it is. It's like, do they have that restriction for alcohol too?
Well, where's Richard at? And Zozo Rocks is in here. Rick Rack. I don't know who that is, but glad to see you in here. He's actually participating in the conversations. TK.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
There's Richard.
There we go. Boop. Yeah, anybody?
Whoa, Bill, did you freeze up on me, buddy? So I don't know if Bill freezes up, if it's going. Oh, wait. Oh, are you there, Bill?
Yeah, my connection apparently they've got everything slowed down on the internet
Ah,
because of
you took him away.
huh?
Dovin, you took him away.
Yeah, I did.
What a dick. Bill, you're a dick.
Well, he was calling me a dumbass and shit like that. You don't see everything I've you
Oh,
don't see the moderation.
okay. Well, if he's taking personal attacks, then
He,
yeah.
I have keywords and he was hitting every keyword he could.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, so I took him out.
Nope, that's understandable.
And did you know when people come on with a fake name like that? Yeah.
I'm getting gray whiskers, Bill. I'm getting old.
That's all I have is the gray ones.
So what do you want to talk about tonight? I know politics. I just think it's all bullshit. I haven't even paid attention or watched or listened to anything about what happened at the Capitol. I by accident saw like 2 things on Facebook and I just told myself that's enough. Like, how ridiculous is it gonna get?
My signal's not very good. I'm getting half of your words.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Like half of the word and half of each word.
And I think since you're on the master side of this platform,
This is straight. My phone is supposed to. There's not. It's unlimited. I'm not. They're never supposed to slow down this phone. Only the tethering, but they're slowing down. They're slowing down everything because they're about to lose their asses. And after this all gets cleaned up, I bet you we don't have these slow internet connections anymore.
oh, I don't know. I think there's a lot of people on the internet right now. They just don't have the space for them all.
Right now, my screen froze for about 60 seconds with your fist in your eye.
Oh shit.
Oh. Yeah, with all this stuff going on, you know, because they're messing with the internet. They're worried that somebody's gonna say something that Nancy doesn't like, you know. They're worried. So they're watching. It's like I ain't their problem, you know.
Yeah.
I have no control at all over what happens.
With a lot of people. So,
Oh, that's where everybody bounced off to. I was wondering where a couple people went, but it's all good. Are you froze now? I don't know, Bill.
I'm having a terrible connection.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Well, it don't have to be a very long show tonight.
Yeah, I said it for 2 hours, but
I gotta get up at 4:30 anyway, so I'm
uh,
good.
you got nobody else wanting to come in.
No. Well, because I can. Mother Q. Nancy
because I can.
does like
What'd you eat last night? Because I can. Nancy, Mother
I think
Q.
because I can should hop
Oh,
on.
yeah. We got Mother Q in here.
It's a new name. I haven't seen that one around.
Yeah.
Probably Dovend again.
That's Mother Quaker.
Mm.
Nancy doesn't not like Q. Yeah, she doesn't. Yeah.
I don't either because I can. I really don't have anything to say about anything anymore.
Yeah. After that thing on the 6th, it's like, well, you know, it's like you got a fresh pizza. You're so hungry, and the dog knocks it out of your hand, and it falls on the floor upside down. You know. That's what happened on the 6th.
So when is your next date that you're waiting for to see if anything happens, or are you just waiting to see what happens in court now?
Oh, the end of the Christmas season is February 2nd.
So you're
Because Grandma Moses said that Christmas isn't just one day. And so I looked up how long is Christmas. Christmas goes from the end of November or after Thanksgiving till the 2nd of February. So,
it's kind of like
there's more days to Christmas.
so,
And Stu still doesn't have a solution.
is there anything new coming out by Jack?
Huh?
Is there anything new coming out with Jack?
I ain't seen nothing new. He had some more question answer things, but he doesn't answer my questions, so I'm not too interested in anybody else's.
Yeah.
And I think Jack he may not know who the real finder is. Forrest, they just gave him a little bit to go on, and he's mostly using his writing talents to fictionalize it because he doesn't have the answers. He just has some little bits of information, no real answers.
Bill is a coward and double blazes to you. I just kind of wonder where that anger comes from. Like how you should just ask him, like, how am I a coward? I mean, if they're going to use big boy words like that, you'd think they'd back it up.
Music coward and music lyrics. That's the same guy.
Ask him, how am I a coward?
Yeah, what makes me a coward? You're a coward. Music lyrics. That's not your name, is it? That means you're a coward. Oh, I thought I got rid of the trolls. I anagrammed Jack Stoof and came up with 2 words: faucets and jackets. Not yet. Maybe yellow jackets.
I like that because I can.
Jackets cover things up. Yeah. Yeah, I think Jack is a front for the real finder. He's the shield. Initially, I'm like, no way, you know, this guy's a liar. He cheated. Like Barbara, he had to have known. He couldn't have found Moses in the early June because Moses is only makes his appearance in mid-December or around winter solstice. It was the opposite time of year that you can find the blaze. He doesn't even know why the only time of year you can find the blaze is that time of year. And that's because that's when Forrest was shot down. And it's a similar spot to where he was shot down halfway up 1,000-foot bluff.
So, Bill, are you sure you can't fix your gallery view?
It won't. No.
All right, by the way. You got to give it time, though. It's like a 30-second delay.
It's not letting me. Usually I do it by sliding the screen. Pull the one from the right into view, and that does the gallery. Maybe it's in some other setting here. More meeting settings. Say here we go. Okay. Show my video and gallery view. Let's check. Uncheck it and recheck it. Now let's see. No. Still not letting me. Huh. My microphone is unmuted. I didn't know I muted it.
Hey, Malcolm says you have to turn your phone to the side.
I have to turn my phone. My phone is landscape.
Is it? How's it going, Gay Dalkin? How's it been in your world?
Yeah. My phone's landscape. Chat security. Raise hand. Control background. It's only giving me 2 dots at the bottom, and usually there's another dot, and I can slide it over.
TK says that Dove End has the same avatar as music lyrics.
Yeah. Music. I am.
Yeah, you better check on Jack.
What's Jack gonna do? I think Jack is just a
your dog.
His brother is in charge of him.
Your dog, Bill. You should check your dog.
What?
Your dog. Go check your dog. Your dog, Jack.
Oh, yeah, I don't hear him.
He's probably gone.
Yeah, he's already down at the neighbors. He'll come back home. I don't think they're home. I ain't seen no lights over there.
How far away is your neighbor?
Half a mile. Half a mile away, and it's like the wind is coming directly from their place to here. The wind, the dog's in heat, and so the wind comes from the east.
So, Richard, do you have any ideas for a discussion for us? You got any questions? or anything you just want to hear us ramble about?
So, no, it won't give me. I think what it is, my phone needs to be turned off and back on for it to work, and it can't. I'm not doing that in the middle of it.
Yeah.
Something wrong with the app. I looked, there was no update. Or it's the Chinese don't want us to go that type of view. Tap, 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 tapping on it doesn't do anything.
Hey, Bill, I'm gonna run in the house quick.
Yep. So let's see what's it on the where's Jack? Yeah, Jack, I think, ran over to the neighbors. Yeah, Togo's coming, taxidermist, and finished paying on getting Togo done up, and he's not ready. They hadn't even start working on him yet. They had they told me it was a 1-year backlog. So it'll be next month, might be March. I don't know. Pirates. And we got Jason's little shed. I don't know what Greg's doing. He's on the other halfway across the country. There, oh no, I see Jason on the on the my tablet, but he's not here. Okay, you get confused because you're looking at two different times. I'm looking at me live on my phone, and a minute later on my tablet. So, Mother Q, you're at the riots, huh? Oh, Greg's at the riots. You sure sure he's not in Nashville? You sold your dead bird to a blind? No, I didn't sell my dead bird to a blind kid. My Togo, my dead parrot, is at the taxidermist. He's getting preserved, mummified, basically, right? And he's gonna be here, sitting right behind me in the next couple months. I didn't sell my bird. No. I paid to have him preserved. I went there. They had a couple of ducks opened up that oh, that's how you do it. Okay. Richard Rutherford. Well, what do we think is going to happen next? I'm wondering what's going to happen. It's going to be interesting. You know, I think Pence is out. Well, from what I hear, Flynn will be VP. Michael Flynn. You know, because the whole thing, the whole Trump presidency was basically the military. And it was all this time they've been gathering evidence on the bad guys, who's selling us out to China, and they've got their list of people to collect. Those people they're not letting planes fly in or out. Some I heard some saying Dulles Airport, no traffic now. There's you know, a lot of stuff going down. I saw a video today of it was a live video of troops marching past the Capitol building, and I guess they got a big fence erected around it, and who knows what's going to happen. Yeah. Buffalo Bill Cody ate pineapple pies morning, noon, and dinner. Yeah, that's interesting. Buffalo Bill's grave, there's a lake there. It has a fence around it. It's a reservoir. Me and my buddy go in there fishing. We were fishing and we seen the cops pull up. You're not supposed to be in there. So you just leave your poles, come back and get them later, you know. And we ditched out of there, and we were wandering around Buffalo Bill's grave until the cops left. And we went back and got our poles and our fish. I think we had a couple fish that we got there, rainbowed some trout.
Keeping them entertained there, Bill.
Yeah. Yeah, they're saying some big planes coming in. C-17s. C-17s. No, it's C-5. What's the C-17? Oh, it's a stealth? That's an F-17. Or is that the fuel tankers? They were fired pies. Fired like fire roasted ice cream, Mexican ice cream. Wow, it's that bad, huh? I don't watch the news, so I'm not. Yeah.
Hey, Bill. Hey.
Yeah.
Here, I'm gonna switch my screens. I saw something that was kind of funny the other night. You'll get a kick out of it.
Yeah.
Here, let me. Come on.
Half a circle of broken pies. Yeah. Frog rooster. 9 thumbs down. Yeah, you probably have 9 thumbs. Our angles. I think the pie lady and the cracked pies and stuff is somewhat about Grandma Moses. She did a lot of her paint. She did paintings of Thanksgiving dinner, Christmas dinner. She did paintings of the dinner and the pies and stuff. And she was almost 80 when she became an artist. Yeah, Richard, the automatic thing caught that word you used. I have those words, those insulting words and things like that are on a thing that if this word's used, automatically it doesn't post. So
so lame.
that's why that other guy, just about everything he was posting was getting a flag on it. Blue screen. Oh, my blue screen. It's not a blue screen. It's my regular. I can show you.
There we go. Here. I think I figured it out, Bill. I'm still. I'm still trying to figure out how to share screen and all that fun stuff.
My regular background. There's nothing, no blue screen or green screen.
No, for me, I'm still trying to figure out how to share screen and get my screen straight.
I'll put this one up.
Oh, I can't share screen with you. Damn it.
Huh?
I can't share screen with you.
Maybe share screen. Oh, you can't? I can fix that. Where to go? Where to go? General. No. Huh. Where is it? It didn't. Oh, it's under security. There. Okay. Now you can.
Oh, here. I found something that I just thought was hilarious. I don't know if you'll be able to hear it, but can you see that? Can you see it, Bill?
I heard that, but I don't see anything yet.
Business. I talked to them, then I come back to you guys. The board of directors.
They can hear it, but I don't see nothing.
You try that sweet talk, you tell them I'm some fucking fake board of directors.
It's like the funniest thing I've heard.
Trailer park guys.
Oh, that's funny shit.
I thought I heard the dog out there.
He gone.
He's over there. He'll be there an hour or two, and then he'll decide to come home because they ain't gonna let him in. This is Anubis holding his scepter. You see his hand right here, where my hand should be. There's his mouth. This is his nose. This is his ears. This is his eye. And his arms reaching out, and he's holding his scepter. He's sitting in a throne. Let's see it. Forrest. Forrest with one R, it's like a national forest. With two R's, it's a Fenn. All right. Jack went up the hill. No, there's no hills. The hills, the nearest hill is a 14,000-foot mountain. 10 miles away. Do we lose Jason?
No, I'm still here. I'm still here, Billy.
Oh.
I had to fill the Zippo.
See.
Oh. Yeah, you're gonna have to figure out that gallery thing, because. Oh.
Yeah, I think it's just that the maybe that was in security settings too. I don't know. Let me see. Chat with unmute. Waiting room, share screen, chat with. Those are all turned on. And if I do settings.
There's Judge. Judge, scroll up the chat and jump in here.
Show my video in gallery view. Come on. Huh. I don't know. It's the deep state messing with us.
No.
Yeah, I didn't have a lot to talk about, but I did want to. I did want to mention that stuff that's going on. I mean, it depends on all our futures. We're dependent on that.
So Richard Rutherford is trying to feel me out. Jason, do you think pies are involved in the solve? I believe Dick and Pie is the solve.
$3.14, huh? Pi? Is that the date? 314?
That could be what they're saying.
That could be March 14th. Pi could be March 14th, if
Could.
you think about it. Huh?
Yeah, I see ya.
Yeah. We're young ties. Yeah, good song.
So Richard, what do you think about my answer on that one?
There is two chests.
There's two ends, two omegas. So yeah, I agree with you, but I think that was common knowledge here, but a lot of people don't. Right top of Zoom screen has gallery view. Don't forget Bill is on his phone.
Yeah, if you're right top of my Zoom screen says end.
Yeah.
We're talking on an Android phone. I'm not on the computer. My computer, the internet speed is too slow. So I have to use my phone, which is supposed to have the high speed.
Have Street jump in here. He'll chat with us. He's not scared.
Where is he? Okay, yeah, he'll come in. Perk it up.
Yeah.
Oh, that he's deep state though. I have to go back in and oh, maybe I can copy paste it from there.
So Richard, you like that answer I gave you? They say thanks. They're saying thanks, Jason.
I gotta go in there.
Yeah, we're all shy. You know, when I saw the shy thing, you know what I thought of when I saw it was, because I think everybody knows that, like, I'm the guy with the Y, right? So it's like when I saw the shy guy, it was basically saying shh, why?
Shy, or shy was almost found it. Came close, just shy.
No, I agree with that one too.
And also the thing, I've been in it. I'd been in it for a while, and the first time I ever called Forrest was May 27th.
What's up, Street?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Hey,
Oh,
what street are you on?
One way, man. You surviving the winter out there this year, Bill?
Oh yeah, it's I got 70 in here right now.
Cool. I was checking out on YouTube videos those little Chinese diesel heaters for my van, and I was watching videos. They were putting them in RVs too, man. They run off diesel, of course.
Oh,
Have you ever heard of them?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd want to smell the fumes.
Well, it's like a little combustion chamber. It's about the size of a lunchbox, man, and it has an exhaust. You got to drill 2 holes, an intake and an exhaust through the frame of wherever
Yeah.
you're putting it. Hell, people are putting them in like garages and basements. When I was watching, I'm thinking, shit, man, Bill needs to hear about that. They range like from about 150 to $200,
Yeah.
and few people, even when the people that were putting it in vans, man, said like the with the exhaust going out the bottom, they really didn't smell the diesel that much.
Uh-huh. Yeah, because diesel's one of the smells I can't stand.
Yeah, man, it's like kerosene, ain't it?
Yeah. Oh, gag me. I already got enough breathing problems.
Oh, sorry.
And I had thought I have an invention where I was getting a wood stove that sits outside and has a boiler on it, and that you all you got to do is hook it into your heater core, and instead of running the RV, you could have valves and every quick connects and just have this and just run the fan on the RV's heater.
Hell, I've even seen these. I think they're made for they're wee little like box fireplace inserts for like boats and shit. I've seen people putting those in their vans too, man.
Yeah. There's not many places to put a little mini wood stove in here. You'd have to take up kitchen counter space, and the slide out comes in, so you can't have it going out there. And I guess you could. No, you probably get burned if you put it on the door. When I run my generator, I have an electric oil radiator that I run, and I turn the propane lower.
I think I'm going to invest in the 150, but even though there's like 2-3 months of winter left, cold air around here, I think I'm going to buy one of those Chinese diesel heaters and just check it out. It's normally I got that little oven. You've seen it before, Bill, that little oven with 2 burner stove on top, like a little camp stove.
Yeah.
Normally I use that in cold weather, but I got to turn it off at night and wake up as cold as hell. And like the condensation, man, I take that flex, whatever that stuff is that you cover your windows with. I take it off and it's like, man, I spend a half an hour just wiping up all the condensation. So it sucked really.
Yeah, with the extra electric heater, and I'm running that and this heater, the electric oil radiator is up in front of the passenger seat, near closer to the windshield, and so when I run that, then the windshield doesn't even get condensation on it.
Yeah, that's a dry heat, man. Those things are nice.
Yeah. I have another one, but I got a problem with the ground fault on my wall here keeps going out. And so I can't, my other little heater, it's got a problem with it. I got to open it up. I think wire's not making it, because if I push hard on the switch, it'll come on. But,
Street is in love with Barbara.
Does it show?
I don't know.
I
That's what they're
didn't
saying
think
in
anybody
chat.
noticed, man. Is it that noticeable?
Apparently.
she's holding up. She's holding up. If Forrest had dates set that things happen, she threw a wrench in all of that.
Yeah, I agree,
If it
Phil.
was something in his will, she didn't wait for him to die. She didn't understand the poem said it's in my will, and she filed her suit before he died. So if he did have it in his will, if she was it, he took her out at that point. That's
I
not
agree,
going
man.
to
I think she was an unanticipated hiccup.
Yeah. There's a premature ejaculation.
Hey, that's my woman you're talking about, damn it, Bill.
She used to keep saying that, well, when it's over, then you can marry me, Bill. It's like, no.
In other words, when you have the gold, you can marry me. What the hell?
Yeah. Once you got the gold, yeah. It's all about the gold. It's like I've always said that if I find love before I find the treasure, it's real love. If I find it after the treasure, it isn't, and so I'll take 10 gold diggers. That'd be
Yep.
like Dean Martin. He had 10 gold diggers. If you're gonna have gold diggers, you get 10 of them, not one. If you want me to yourself, you got to get me before I get the treasure.
It's like rich, famous people, man. You know, everybody's trying to cling to them and get something out of them.
Yeah.
So, Richard, has anyone heard if the letter has been opened? Are we referring to the letter that Forrest wrote to Toby and was in Toby's chest?
Nobody's heard what was in that letter from Forrest in Toby's chest.
I still say that was bullshit too.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. Sorry, Street.
Sorry, man. I don't think it's anything of importance.
I don't
really
think
don't.
the context, like the way it was asked or given, I don't think it really had anything to do with anything either.
Plus, he didn't like Toby.
Well, see, I think that was an image. I think Toby was like the zookeeper feeding the fucking little fishies to the gators. What I think Toby was. Like he's probably in a little deeper than what. Yeah, I mean, what's the best deflection? Say that he don't like you, right? I mean, if he would have just said nothing, then maybe it would be believable. But he made a point that
maybe Toby propositioned him.
You know, it's funny because I kind of got that vibe when I met Toby, and I kept it to myself, right? I mean, it's 2019 or 8, whenever it was I met him, and no big deal. But then, you know, the people that have, they're like, no, I don't get that vibe from him. No. And then Toby comes out with his next book that he's writing, and he just happened to be the main hero in the story, and he's going to be bisexual, I believe. And I was like, I told you. Like,
at least he's easing into it, and that means his third book he goes whatever direction. At least he's easing into it.
Yeah.
He just rubbed me wrong from the get-go for his condescending and like, how dare you, just his overall belittling the way he treated people, man.
Yeah.
I don't get me wrong, I understand the fact, well, I've been doing this so long, and people, well, then what'd you start doing it for? What, because you got to deal with thousands of people, they aggravate you?
Well, I mean, straight, we both know people that are in positions in life where they kind of become sociopaths. You know what I mean? Like when
narcissistic, man.
Yeah, when people are in front of them all the time, it's not like you get to know each and every one of them. You know, so it does. I can almost relate to it sometimes. So, but at least I try to catch myself, right?
There we go.
Are we all on here now?
We got to have more than 2 people. That's what it is.
Oh, nice.
We got to have at least 3 to do that view. I saw the other dot show up at the bottom.
But I'll tell you what, Toby is probably one of the best public speakers that I've ever seen. You know, and he's got a lot of things going for him, but I do agree that his character rubs off kind of weird in real life. That's for sure. Kind of an asshole. Like he's an asshole.
There.
Katie, I don't think I don't know. I care about other people's stories just to get them on air so they're part of history. But when it comes to their solves, I've never been interested in anybody's solve. I think that's personalized to that individual. Like we were talking about the other night with Street.
That's why I do like hearing them, because it gives you an inside look into them.
You know, and I enjoy hearing them too. I just don't like saying it because I don't want to be labeled as a guy that's factoring. You know,
That's
just
what.
one factoring like crowdsourcing, factoring, trying to
Oh,
steal other people's ideas. And because like I said, I wouldn't be able to live with myself at all if I stole if we were talking about it and we talked freely and you said something that like inspired me or triggered me, I would I would have to tell you exactly how it triggered me and I would have to negotiate like a percentage if it's true and right. You know what I
well,
mean?
well, well, Jason. My soul's 100%. It has been since day 6. It's not going to waver. Nothing I hear is going to change my mind. So
Yeah.
unless you're wavering,
There's
I
no
mean,
wavering, it's just adding to, you know, because a person can go from A to D without going through B and C. And it's fun to hear to see if there's a B and C out there just to confirm your D. Does that make
okay,
sense?
to see it right, see where the end point, how they got to the end point.
Yeah, like cuz like I quit school but yet became a business person. So I'm all about skipping B and C. If the end goal, if the end game's in sight, you just go to it. Why do I have to go all the way around here? And I've basically lived my whole life that way.
Have you
But
have you wavered at all, Bill, on your solve since you located and you got convinced? Have you wavered at all? Anything you hear is going to change your mind?
Oh, nothing can change my mind from Moses, man.
There you
You
go.
don't. Pharaoh learned you don't fuck with Moses.
So that's where I'm at. I feel the same way about mine. Nothing, anyone, or anything I see will change my mind. Yeah, I don't care if Jack himself says, "Well, this is the exact spot." No, not my spot. You
no,
found your spot, but not my spot.
I've always thought it would be cool if like because we all have our own spot. I think it would be badass if everybody put something personal in that spot. It's something
I'd
that
like to
they're
see
great.
pins on a map. I'd love to see a map of the Rocky Mountain, those 4 states with pins of everybody's spot.
And then Bill can put it through his program to see what kind of image it is.
No, Bill will come in and throw his staff down. A snake will come in and devour all the little pins. Locusts come in and fucking dive bomb us.
No. We had a couple disgruntled viewers on earlier. That's kind of odd for Bill's channel.
Yeah, because I usually, if they throw poop at me, they throw a handful of poop at me, I dump a dump truck load back on them.
Yeah.
What was the names? What was the
Huh?
names?
Oh,
You
he's
guys
way
remember?
up there.
Oh, it was
No,
Dovend, Dovens.
and then change to something else.
Isn't
Yeah.
that one guy from Colorado wears glasses and he's a gamer?
It was somebody with more because he came right back in with another username.
Durkin?
Oh, no. I don't know. I've never seen him before. I don't know.
Oh,
There's
mine I can
usually
scroll
this.
back
There's
up to
usually
where
the
we
same
started.
group of people, few that like just want to argue on everyone's chat.
Yeah, but not lately. You know, not so that's why I was kind of wondering where did this guy come from?
He must
That's
be
why I'm
new.
still talking
He's
about
not
it.
argued out yet, man. He's new to the
Yeah.
game.
It's like, you know, there's been a lot of shows where there's been nothing really like that and just out of the blue like that. It just seemed weird.
I think the most heated show I ever watched live or like repeat was when Candy came on Greg's show. Hot, man. She was
Yeah.
hot.
That was
She
awesome.
was fucking hot.
Fuck
She
you,
came in with
bitch.
afterburners and like both barrels. They just for like a minute just yelling and screaming back. And it was like, oh, Fendi was on. He's like, whoa.
No,
And once they worked it out, and like every show after that, they were cordial. I was like, cool, man. You yelled your way through it. Good job.
you know, it's like when I got married, my wife always thought I was yelling at her. And I was like, no, that's how I grew up. That's how we talk. Like, on my side of the family, that's how we talk to each other. I'm sorry. Like, I'll try to relax it down some.
What do you do? Sit at the table across from each other. Hand me the fucking pepper, goddammit.
Kinda,
Give me the
you know.
salt. Shit, woman.
It would be like, hey, give me that pepper, and like, you don't fucking talk to me like that, and well, fuck you, and here's your fucking pepper, and we throw. Oh yeah. Nope, not much to talk about. Oh yeah, and then Jason Bill making that damn video of me arguing with Barbara. Lucky Digger's like, I like Jason and Barbara. Like, I don't know.
How long do those take you to make, Bill? Like a 2-minute one or 3-minute? How long does that take? Courtroom scene. How long does that take you to do?
It took me like 4 hours.
What type of editing what type of editing suite or whatever do you have?
Oh, I use different things. I use one app that does the makes the head talk, and then I use like Paint Shop Pro to make the backgrounds and bodies and parts, because I do the head separate from the body, so the back behind it doesn't stretch and stuff. I do the head with a green screen, and I take the green screen off to put it on the shoulders, and you know.
Right.
So I got to get all the heads lined up and cut them here, cut them there, and rearrange, shuffle them, and because I'll do one and then the other one, huh?
Right. I got a GoPro 7 and a drone with a camera. I'm going to start playing around as soon as nice weather, editing and shit.
Yeah, I've got three little drones. Well, I got 3 drones. Two of them are this what brand are Hubsan S105s, and I had bought one, and on the second time I went to fly it, the camera quit working on it, so they gave me a refund, and so I bought another one. And all I needed was the drone, so it was cost less, and I ended up, now I got 2 drones because I bought another camera to fix the one that went bad, and so now I got 2 that go all right, but and I have the solo drone that it likes to kill GoPros.
What do you do? Hook the GoPro to it?
Yeah, you hook the GoPro on it, and it doesn't want to cooperate with anything. It doesn't want to work with the GoPro, because you got to use the drone and the GoPro and the phone, and they all got to be compatible with each other, and they don't. That's why the other one I got, the Hubsan, I don't have to use my phone or anything. All the controller, the viewer, and the drone are all the same company.
Being my first one, I went with it's called Hollystone, a little cheapy. It's like the lightest weight, the heaviest you can go without registering it. It's like 400-foot limit. It's like $170, but I got to use my phone. I figured, man, I'm not going to drop $300-400 and then like fuck it up and crash it, or so. I'll crash $180 one.
Well, I've seen people, they show you how you can put the thing in the hook it up to your computer, and you can take the limits out. And there are people that have taken their drone up. Was it it's whatever a mile, like 5,000 feet up, you know.
Shit. Shit. And it,
There's this drone, they're showing it, upsand drone, and it goes up through the cloud and up top of the clouds. You know, and you see a 737 go by. But the thing I like is without changing the settings, this drone will go to what was it? It's like 500 feet or no. Most drones are limited to 400 feet, and mine goes up to 850 feet.
so yours is registered with the, what is it, FAA?
Yeah,
Or-
yeah, it's because FAA and stuff. But when I'm up in a canyon, I'm going toward the hill, and I you know, I can get on top of the hill that I want to see, and that's
Right.
you know, I'm not out in the middle of nowhere that high, except there are places you can go on top of the mountain and take that thing up 800 feet and head outward, and suddenly you're 3,000 feet up, you know.
Right. I'm pretty
But
excited, man, once spring comes. I've never played with one, but I've watched a lot of videos. I've watched yours before. They look fun. They look real fun.
yeah, well, I like to take the drone as high as it'll go, and then I take a picture in each direction, and then I put it on the computer in the panorama program that gives me an all the way around view, and it's spectacular in the mountains. It's awesome.
Right. I looked for the cheapest one, lightest weight, where I didn't have to register it, and it had like a homing where it'll follow me, or I can push a button and it'll go right back to where it took off.
Yep.
I like the homing though, so it can follow me. Like I can be on my little dirt bike or van, and like it'll follow me through a road or something. I like that.
Yeah. The one thing I like about it is the monitor and the controller and all is you're not using your phone, and so the monitor's nice and bright, and it has the panels that flip up to block the sunlight, and so you don't have a thing. It's able to go out half a mile and not lose contact with your phone. It has a lot better range because it's a real RC controller and not your phone. Your phone
Right.
is limited how far your drone is going to go.
Yeah, that's just an extra what, $100. You probably paid 300, close to 300 for your system.
No, it was like 180, 190 for the drone
Shit.
with the controller. Huh?
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a little hub sand, and because of the altitude, I bought aftermarket Chinese props for it. They have 3 blades instead of 2.
So does it go faster too? Of course.
It's steadier. It's more stable.
That makes sense.
And the thing's pretty good. It'll follow me. And one time I was up on the this is when my solo drone. It was a solo 3DR, you know, 200. It was 200 on sale, but they're $1,500 drone, and I had it up and over at the overlook over Bootjack Ranch, over Pagosa Valley, where all the trucks drive off the 400-foot cliff. They go straight off. They don't make the turn. They go straight off. and anyhow, I had it up there and had it up about 400 feet, and I had it probably a half mile out over the valley, and I had it come flying back up the canyon into the canyon down canyon.
Right.
And that thing must have gone by doing about 80 miles an hour, man. There was a helicopter pilot there with me, like, wow, that was bad. And then you got to stop it before it crashes into the mountain.
Yeah, I'm just sitting around learning, reading the manual, I have to go outside to like GPS it and all that, so I haven't done that yet. But I'm looking forward to, in my mind, coming up with like views, situations like that, like do a view with my GoPro of my van, like driving along a road, and then like flash to the camera of the drone and like drive it off a cliff like that, where it's like a 200-300 foot cliff on a curve,
Yeah.
like just stupid, and then maybe do a model going over a little made up little scene with fire, just stupid
You
old
get the
shit.
video and then you green screen in the inside of your car.
Yeah,
So it looks like you're looking out the windshield.
right. Yeah, stupid shit, just playing around, man, making shit.
Right off the cliff. Yeah.
I'll end all my videos with that. Well, until next time. Oh, I better watch the road. Oh shit! Ah.
Oh, this spot, they had a truck driver went off in August of 17. It went off the road, and there were two drivers in the truck, and they only found one of them.
They never found the other body.
They ain't found the other guy. There's a skeleton down there, and I thought I gotta go find that with the drone. See if I can find the bones and the skull.
I like the idea of like being out in a park or someplace and being able to like jump up 400 foot and like look all around which way you want to go if you're not sure like where another fall is or just things around the corner. I like that idea, out in nature walking,
Yeah,
having that drone to like look ahead to see which way I want to go.
yeah. Well, you'll notice when it's up in the and you're looking at it, you can't tell how close it is to the tree looking at it. You know.
So it's better
when
to
you
look
go
at the
down, if you
monitor.
don't have a camera underneath, you don't know what you're going down on top of.
So you're saying it's easier to fly them and more better judgment looking at the monitor instead of watching it itself.
Yeah, if your monitor is working, but if you, like I said, some of them you get certain distance from your phone disconnects, and then the drone says, "I lost the phone, I'm coming home," and you want to make sure that it's higher than any trees that are between you and it when it starts coming back. Because if it can't see the trees, it'll go right into them.
Well, that's why I bought a $170 one to learn how to fly it.
Yeah, practice in the wide open.
Yeah.
It's easy here. Oh, you know the Forrest Fenn story about Borders, right? The bookstore, right? And then he has this story. He's over at Michael Douglas's house, and Kirk Douglas is there, and Elton John's outside the window. The window is the border. He's not in the boundaries of the wall, the borders of the wall. Elton John has the border song that's all about Moses.
And that's kind of deep and mind bending to think a window that you can see through is still a border.
Yeah.
That's kind of a twist to it.
Yeah, it is in a fish tank.
Right. It keeps it's a border, man. You can just see through it.
And the other thing, Kirk Douglas has a story that he almost became a rabbi instead of an actor.
Kirk Douglas did?
Yes, Kirk Douglas. Look up Kirk Douglas, rabbi.
So that probably means Douglas is a stage name then.
Yeah, it's his stage name. He has a totally Jewish name.
I would expect if you're going to be a rabbi, I've never heard of Rabbi Douglas, Horshowitz or out.
No, and he had I guess after he quit acting and all that, he's gone back to his being his Jewish name.
Man, he did some iconic movies through the years, man.
They had taken up his synagogue taken up a collection to send him to rabbi school but he got sidetracked into acting instead, and he's glad he did. but that and Elton John, Border Song, Borders, it makes sense, you know, because Moses came to the borders of Egypt. He was expelled, whatever, you know.
I've heard a lot of people in their songs, in the path through their songs, they said songs play a big role. A lot of people says songs play a big role. I've heard Beatles, they read Beatles into the poem. Elton John. I've heard a lot of people say different songs.
Yeah. Well, the Elton John clue is the Border Song. And who was Time Magazine, December 28th, 1953, Grandma Moses. Forrest Fenn died on Grandma Moses' birthday, National Grandma Moses Day. So Grandma Moses in museums of Eric Sloan. They're from the same area. She was a good friend of Saturday Evening Post guy, Rockwell. She lived across the border. There we go, borders again. She lived across. One was in New York, the other in Vermont. You know, up in Bennington, and whatever is on the other side of I think it's the lake is up there, isn't it? The lake comes to Bennington, I think. Or am I thinking the other town? I don't know. I ain't got to look at a map. I think Bennington's up north in Vermont, and I think Lake Champlain is there. It's my I'm descended from Ethan Allen and James Rogers, who conspired to make Vermont independent of the United States and Britain. We don't want any part of any of you. So,
what do they call that? Succession? Is that what they label it? Succession?
They were succeeding from the British Empire. Yeah.
Yeah.
But my ancestors, the Rogers, had captured all of the French territory in Canada for the crown. That my ancestors kicked the French out of Canada and captured every fort, throughout the Great Lakes. Then Robert Rogers, my fifth great granduncle, he was the governor of Michilimackinac, or Mackinac, or whatever. It was like Michigan, Illinois, Wisconsin, all of that was his territory. It was, they weren't divided up into states like they are now. But and he sent an expedition up to find the Northwest Passage. That's why the movie Northwest Passage, Spencer Tracy, about Robert Rogers, is called Northwest Passage, because he sent this expedition up the Missouri River to find the Shining Mountains, and then it was a 20-mile carry to the Oregon River that led to the Pacific. And that's the instructions that Lewis and Clark brought with them, or the instructions that my ancestor wrote.
That's cool history, especially having it in your family.
And now you see that the Northwest Passage was based, they used the rivers, come up the river, carry the boat from this river over the Continental Divide to that river, and then float to the ocean. And the thing the subtle hint is something similar. That's the Northwest Passage. And so if you came up the Rio Grande River and went over the mountains to the San Juan River, that's the Southwest Passage.
I tried to imagine for years, ever since I was young, what was going through their minds, not knowing what it'd be like me start wanting to go from Ohio to California without any map, no nothing, and trying to get to California. Can you imagine what was going through their minds?
Scared
Well,
to
they
death.
got the instructions from the Indians. The Indians told them how to, you know, what rivers to follow and stuff.
But
And
still, even that fact, Bill, you don't know what type of, are they going to be hostile, or you know what animals are going to be out. It's just, could you imagine, man? What a fucking adventure they had.
yeah. Well, look, Lewis and Clark made it all the way there and back, and then Lewis was killed by the guy that he beat out of governor. Lewis was going to be governor of the Louisiana Territory. Jefferson had given Louisiana Territory governorship to Lewis, and the guy who wasn't getting the job had Lewis killed. Lewis was murdered. They say he committed, but that was BS. He was killed by the guy that didn't get the job as governor of Louisiana Territory.
History, man, history.
Yeah, there was
You can't make this stuff up.
there's a documentary on about did Lewis really commit suicide? I watched the documentary about it, and he had two. It's one of them two bullet hole, one through the chest and one through the head. Suicide?
He was quick at suicide, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Well, it's no different than JFK only got hit by one bullet. If you slow mo that video, he gets hit by two. One hit him and threw him forward, and the other one blew his brains out, threw him back.
And I think it was like 65 caliber.
It fucked him up. The impact point on the front of his skull disintegrated, man, into shreds. That's where Jackie started like picking up the pieces of it. And the back, it just blew the whole fucking back of his head off, man. And for anybody to say, nope, it's just one shot, bullshit. What did what's his name do? He was on the third floor of the book depository or whatever, shot him, and then hurry up and ran out in front of him and shot him again.
You want to talk? Let's talk Kennedy here, because you know when I watched the video, right? Get the video out. You know, before they turn the corner, the video looking straight down at the school book depository, and when the car turns left onto that street, look at the floor, the floor below the second window. Somebody moves off to the right.
Really?
Yes, and the window's open, and when the car turned, the person in the window moved off to the right. And it was a floor or two below where Oswald was. And I think that was HW.
Yeah, there's just no denying the fact that he got hit in the back first, threw him forward, and then the front one, man, just destroyed him.
Yeah.
And threw him back.
Yeah. But there was somebody on the other floor, and you never hear about that. But you can clearly see in the video that there's a guy a floor or two below where Oswald was.
Yeah, I don't care what they want to put in history as in words, but it was a joint operation, man. It was deliberate.
Bush was a big player in that. That's why he was promoted like he was, because of the job he did there.
I've heard a few different conspiracy theories about it, and here lately they were saying all the talk Kennedy was starting to say like a one world government type thing, and we have to go to space. And I've heard these alien conspiracy or these alien theorists saying he was going to open up the bag and say, yeah, they're here. We've talked to them, blah, blah. And they had him killed for that.
Banks just like Trump.
And then I've heard the other side saying, yeah, that was the one group's, but the other group that conspired to do it was the mafia. him and his brother were coming down hard on organized crime, man. Cuba and all. I mean, they were pissed.
Some people think Junior's still alive.
I just think it's sad you have to take a person.
He knew what was, and that plane was on a remote control.
Well, he grew up. Isn't he the picture of the little kid? It was
Yeah,
he's saluting his father's coffin going past.
Yep.
So he grew up in this total fucking like enigma, man. How sad would his life be?
He's like my age. That happened about when you were born.
I could see him wanting to disappear, man. Wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh, there are people that pointed him out. That's him at a Trump rallies. He's in the background.
Oh, well, there's where I draw the line. I don't think John F. Kennedy's son would be a Trump supporter. I call bullshit, Bill.
Who knows? I think Pence is getting fired, or is he already fired?
That guy scares me, man. He's a scary looking person. He never changes his demeanor. He always has that just fucking nasty look, like he's made of steel or something, man.
He's like Leslie, what's his name? The guy in Naked Gun.
Yeah. Nelson or whatever. Yeah, man. He's just
Leslie Nielsen.
I just get a vibe of like he's just a cold motherfucker, man.
Yeah.
You could watch a baby die in front of him and he wouldn't even change of expression, you know?
You see, he got to the point where, which side do I choose? And all along, maybe Trump didn't let him in on what everything was all about. You know?
Well, the impression I got from Trump is he likes to brag. So I'm sure I'm sure Pence got an earful, man, for 4 years. And he's probably like, maybe he's got a cold outer appearance because he's so shocked at the shit he's been hearing. Like, oh my fucking God.
Well, he had so many people over there in the Capitol building that were on the side of evil, and he thought that they had the upper hand. Maybe Trump didn't let him know the military was behind him 100%.
I consider that a dark day. This country's had every country has dark days. That was a very dark day, and I feel privileged that I was alive to witness it, man. I'm glad it didn't go over, but I'm glad I witnessed it.
Fixed up real soon.
What scares me, though, is you get a lot of fanatical groups out there that's pissed at the government if they see, well, shit, those guys took it and they had no military organization. What happened? I'm afraid of what some groups might get an idea to do, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they got everything. They got 20 computers. Special forces went in and they picked up 20 computers and 4 servers. 20 laptops and 4 servers. And so everything that it's in the hands of military intelligence now.
I'm all for organized demonstrations, but violence and looting, that's pushing it too far. Now you've missed the point. You argue a point and then you want to rob and catch fire to the city. That makes no fucking sense.
It was set up to happen. You seen the videos? The cops going, come on in, opening the door.
It looked like they let him in.
They let him in, and they're up here, come up here. Yeah, and then all the cops are lined up, and the protesters inside lined up for their photo op.
Well, it could have been, without a doubt, the way Trump was tweeting and talking, the powers to be and people were recognizing, hey man, he's instigating this shit. So maybe a certain group said, well, fuck, let's make a point here. Let's let them in and contain them into a certain area. You know, don't let them go crazy. Don't let them take anything out of the building. Let them in, but don't let them fucking out. Type shit. You know.
Well,
But
and
just to make a
before
point,
they,
like, see,
before there was any investigation of exactly what happened at all, they all decided that Trump made them do it. I heard it was Alex Jones that triggered them, or some of them, and then they had Antifa people egging them on to come, you know, like cheerleaders.
it kind of, I got the sense that it was staged but contained. They had it contained, but it was staged. It was allowed.
And they say special forces went in, and special forces is the ones that got the computer. They had a mission. Get this, you know, get the computers and the servers, and we're set. You got 10 minutes, you know.
Well, in my opinion, it's no different than the Twin Towers. I think they knew it was coming and they let it happen. That's just my opinion. I think the government knew. You can't tell me my government did not know. If
Yeah,
they know where I'm at, what I'm talking, huh?
both sides knew, and both sides thought that they were going to use it to their advantage.
Exactly. I looked at it like America doesn't want another Vietnam. They learned a lesson. You have to have the country, the people behind you to do something. And that was their way in. It's sad. It's sad it came down to that, but
Yeah. Well, he brought home all the troops. He ain't started no new wars. We're gonna have
you ever
them
watched
probably.
have you ever watched any Michael Moore documentary films?
No, I've never liked Michael.
I think it's called Fair. I'm not sure which one he did, but it's about the Twin Towers in Saudi Arabia, and there was some shitty things going on. United States flying Bin Laden's family out and their relatives and rich people before it happened and shit, and after it happened. It was just some pretty. I mean, it's no big secret. We're Saudi Arabia's muscle.
I went to high school with a guy named Michael Moore. Signed my yearbook on a trash can. 10 years later, he was sleeping with my wife.
So you just don't like the name?
I don't like that name.
Sorry, Bill. Sorry to bring it up, man.
I broke his leg. Oh. You son of a bitch. That's you, huh? Mother.
Well,
Yeah,
as far as America or any other country, they're all fucked up. There's no perfect one, but I was born here. Yeah, America does some shitty things, man. They do some shitty, underhanded shit, but it's no justification. It's the game they're in, you know.
Well, look at the big thing. Look at Twitter. They're not letting they're not letting Trump get a word out. Everybody's Trump that, and they're not letting him say his. Aren't you allowed to face your accusers and present your side of the story? You
Well,
know,
Bill, it's another message the world is sending.
yeah.
It's another. It goes hand in hand, in my opinion. It goes hand in hand with the Capitol.
Well,
Whoever's pulling the strings is saying, "Hey, man, let's show them we can shut this fucker up." Boom.
Jack Dorsey's got a room in Getmo waiting for him.
Well, there's games being played on a world stage that I don't even want to know, man. I wouldn't want to play that type of fuck because death is death or destruction. If they don't kill you, they'll destroy you.
The military is going to take over Twitter and Facebook and make them public utilities and allow free speech. Because really, you'd think they'd want to know what people are saying. You know, you're not getting intel if you shut them up and they can't. You don't know if they're brewing to knock down your door. You know.
I thought it was funny the way they shut Trump down, and then the story came out that he was using like 3 or 4 other accounts, and they shut them down too. They were like
Yeah,
trolling
they
him,
don't
saying,
know who it is.
"Motherfucker, we're gonna follow your ass." That was
He's
funny. They're
probably
like,
in there
someone at Twitter was trolling Trump to shut him up, man. That's hilarious.
like the guy with the blue ox.
The world we live in, like I said, it's sad it's happening. It is what it is. I'm just happy I'm alive to witness it, man.
Yeah. Oh.
Jason doing a Bob Ross for it. Hey, that it needs a little tree next to it, man.
He's doing a Glenn Beck thing there.
It needs a little tree, Jason. Got to have a friend tree next to it. A dragon?
What is this, charade?
Yes, how to train a dragon, or how to train a dragon.
Yeah. What's going on in the chat? I haven't looked at it for a little bit. Oh, yeah. Had you seen Hunter's pictures, Jeff?
Hunter? Who?
Hunter.
Who's Hunter? Who?
Hunter. Joe's kid.
Oh, no. What about him?
The pictures with him with the 7-year-old girls?
Are you serious?
Serious.
Over in China? Are they Oriental?
I don't know where they are. On the island, maybe.
Wow.
He's got one little girl and he's holding her hand on his crotch. That's blacked out, where her hand is. And she's standing and this little girl don't even come up to his hips. And he's got her holding his tool and she's dressed like a hooker in stockings and red lace lingerie.
Well, I look at it, I'm not going to judge the parents on how a child, like a serial killer, I'm not going to look at the parents and say, man, what the fuck did you do?
They say there's pictures of Joe and Hunter both doing a 14-year-old using both doors.
Who is they?
Huh? The same ones that said they had these pictures that came out.
Who released these pictures? Anonymous or
somebody sent them to me? They were on Twitter. And the one is clearly Hunter, and he's got a little girl up against him, and he's not wearing anything.
Wow.
And these girls can't be more than 7 or 8.
That's extremely disturbing.
Yeah. It is.
Well, I'm not saying yes or no.
He's saying, okay. You know all the stuff that these people were blackmailed for, that they went to the deep state, that puts them under the control. All the stuff they're blackmailed for, Trump has that stuff, and it's coming out anyhow.
I don't believe everything I read and see.
Yeah. Well, no, they're real pictures. It's Hunter. The one you can see Hunter clearly. The other one is him from, like his belly down.
Well, if they're legit, then before long we'll start seeing of arrest or investigations and news media. We'll see something. If they're legit, we will see something or hear something.
There are some people I don't want to see, but you're going along with the lie. You're going along with the lie, but you don't want to see the evidence. When they don't want to see the evidence, that they're as bad as the criminal themselves.
Well, I don't want to see my kids sick with the flu, but if they catch it, it is what it is. You got to deal with it and look at it.
No, I don't want my grandkids growing up in a communist country. I want them to
Well,
be free.
I've always believed since my early teens, this world will not be at peace until we are ruled by one. I'm not saying a dictator. It's just as long as there's individuality and all this, you're going to have borders and fights until everyone can like be as one. However, that is to be accomplished. We're going to be a battling fucking race of people, man. This planet is going to be a hell, like it has been. Look at throughout history. There's always fucking which is sad. Our heroes, and we make statues out of someone that's killed the most people. You know, we got generals and fucking hell. How many general presidents have we had? Grant and Jackson, Washington. We like killers, man. Something's wrong with that in my eye.
If they split the treasure among all 300,000 searchers, we'd each get $3.
It's something.
What's that going to do? Well, they're getting rid of the bankers. The Rothschilds are going away. That's part of the plan.
Well, if think of every budget in every country for defense, military. If you was to eliminate that, just that alone, think of all the fucking money could go to education, technology. Yeah, I know it's a pipe dream and it'll probably never fucking happen unless like the Bible and all the religions say end times. It's so fucking nasty and so damn bad. Only a few live, and they say, Jesus, we don't ever want to fucking do that again.
Well, look at the Georgia Guidestones. They want to eliminate like 90% of the population.
Who does?
Whoever, the rich people that put up the Georgia Guidestones. The globalists, the Ted Turners.
Well, there's another good point. Look at who's the movers and shakers of this world. We all hear about the secret society, the burger group, this and that, and it's all money people. They're the movers and shakers.
The elites. Yeah.
Well, the blue bloods, man. The blue bloods.
Yeah. Well, they can't have people that are that wealthy. If it was to be fair, they can't have people that overflowing with money and with that much power.
No, you can, but just don't let them fucking make the decisions. Now, how do you accomplish that? They can't make the decisions because it's clear they're driven by greed, man. That's why they're so fucking rich.
With the computers and all now, you know, they could have a fair voting system. You know, there's if you can log into your bank and keep that secure, you can keep your vote secure. And why if you voted on your phone, it should go to like the different. Both sides get copy. Every side gets a copy. Every level of government gets a copy straight from and all copies got to match.
You know, the simplest way to do this, and it'll be 100% accurate. We have the technology for retina identification.
Yeah.
Everybody had a retina. That's for retina identification for voting. Well, you could do it for credit cards, but just say hypothetically voting. What someone would notice someone walk in with a head with two eyes on it, and in other words, every head's accountable for. You have to show your retina. I wouldn't have an issue with that.
Well, you see, I registered to vote in Colorado, but I'll bet Oregon cast my vote for me. You know, the one I registered, I didn't go voting there, but I'll bet they put a vote for me for Biden over there. You know,
who did?
They got dead people voting.
Who do you think did it?
The governor, secretary of state, the power people.
Oh, they went through the sheet and seen who's registered but didn't vote, and they cast the vote for them.
They had ballots in Georgia, mail-in ballots, had no crease in them, were never mailed anywhere. Thousands and thousands of them. There was no crease in them. All for Joe Biden.
Well, if it was what you're implying it was, kudos to them. They pulled it off, man.
They got
They pulled.
caught. They
Well,
got
we
caught.
got till January. We got till January 20th. If something don't stop it, kudos, man. Great job. You fucked them up.
Well, by January 20th, I think Georgia's governor will be in Cuba.
He's going deep, deep south.
No, we got a little place down there. We got a bay down there with a little. They got a resort for them down there.
Tennis, yeah, rec room, swimming pool.
They got They got.
Do you like water? Do you like boards?
Yeah, do you like humid, hot air? But you're gonna see the water, but you're not gonna get to go swim in it. No, a lot of those people, you know, treason. That's what is it? The firing squad or a rope? Or
I think it's still. I think it's choice.
remember the story about him ordering all these guillotines?
Here recently?
No, it was back when Obama was president.
Oh,
There's a Jerome Corsi video I watched today, and the military was gonna do a coup while Obama was in, and they said, "Wait a minute, let's see if Donald Trump will go along with us."
if
And
you
he
look at
signed up with their plan, huh?
besides lethal injection, guillotine is the fastest and probably what you could call the painless way to kill someone. It really is. You instantly
right on the fantail of the Enterprise. Dump it off into the ocean, chum the waters. And then just dump the body off, just like they did Saddam. Or not Saddam,
Bin Laden.
Bin Laden, yeah, Osama.
Yeah. Guaranteed to not be a piece left, man. Guaranteed something will eat it.
Oh, see what my moderator messaging me. Yeah, that's cool. I blocked somebody today.
Who'd you block?
That guy that did whatever, the guy that he was hitting every word that's in my keyword block list.
Oh, the guy you was talking about earlier?
Yeah. That guy. They kicked him out. He was calling names and Jason said, well, yeah, well, no, because Jason didn't see all the stuff that was blocked from him from hitting the keywords.
I've blocked quite a few people in my chats, man. There was a while, a capital EA and capital ES. I think it's the same person.
Yeah.
They just, man, a couple of the live chats, they were cool, and then all of a sudden they just started like fucking with me for no reason, man. Just stupid shit, arguing over anything and everything.
Yeah.
My pill, Bill.
What's that?
Said I already took my pill, Bill.
Oh no.
Yeah.
You didn't take a handful like Forrest?
Not yet. I'm saving.
Save it for a rainy day.
Yeah, wait till after the 20th. But look at the parallels of the chase and the election. Fake winner, real winner's coming.
I just like the fact that we're going to go back to a normal president where we'll say normal things and do normal comment. Everything's calming, collect. I'm ready for that again, man. I'm ready for the no matter shit will be hitting the fan. It'll be like, don't worry, we got this in place. Not someone like say, oh shit. Not calling a North Korea guy, little rocket man. None of that shit no more.
That shit was fun though.
There's new. I didn't think it was fun, man. I wasn't having fun, Jason. I wasn't laughing at all. I was embarrassed, like, oh my fucking. He opened his mouth and God damn, someone shut that motherfucker up, man.
Who's the normal president that's gonna step in? Seriously, the
But-
dude that sells kids, or like who's gonna be the normal president that steps in?
What I mean by having the right answers, I mean, if nothing is, there's no dark and despair, no matter what they say, nastiness, they have an answer for it. It's calming, soothing. We got this under control. I don't care if shit's hitting the fan and he doesn't have control. I want to hear him say, we got this. Everyone calm down. Everyone go home. I got this.
I will admit that it seemed like the public was drug into a lot of drama the whole time.
It excited the shit out of these people, man.
And I agree with you that in the past, nobody cared. We didn't hear nothing. No harm, no foul.
No, Trump was, to me, his speech was like, come up here. You guys ain't gonna believe this shit. You need to get here and watch this yourself.
Right?
I want one that says, go home. Everything's nothing to see here.
Yeah.
And then go deal with the fucking problem and go through chaos and then come back and smile and say, all right, everything's okay. I got this.
Sometimes he's maybe trying to push their buttons to get them to do something.
Well, he pushed them all right, man. For he should have calluses on his fingers, man. That 4 years, he pushed constantly.
Oh, well, no. Look at what the media did to him. 94% negative reporting on him.
That's proof. That's proof of what the power of the media has, man. Well, if they do not like you, they will destroy you.
You know what? They're not just cleaning a house. they're cleaning the studios up too.
Okay, there's another prime example of the powers to be. The people that own these media moguls, man, they're movers and shakers. If they want something accomplished, by God, they can do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, see how much they move and shake in Gitmo.
They're the real
treason. You don't have to work for the government to be charged with treason.
Well, the catch-22 is they have the money to defend themselves, man. You better have deep pockets if you come after them.
He wrote a law that they ain't gonna have no money because when they're being arrested, he's also seizing all their assets.
You know, it's like the media's got her kids. That's what I say. I don't think it's about us. It's about the kids that are coming up. What's going to happen then? The media's got them wrapped around their fingers.
And when they take you to Gitmo, you can't call the bondsman.
Call the Undertaker.
No, they don't. There's no bail. There's no bail. You'd be lucky if you can get a lawyer. When you're enemy combatants doing things for China, you don't get lawyers.
That's under military tribune too, isn't it? That's held in the military court.
You know, they tried to get the Supreme Court to look at it. I think Roberts is going to end up down there too, because look at him. He was. They say he was going to Epstein Island. Went there 25 times.
Well, I said it the other night, man. Hollywood has had this dirty dealing since its inception, man. They had like, hey, I got this on. They had a dossier on everybody. They wanted to like dangle them like a puppet, man. I could see that. That makes sense.
Trump got a copy of it too.
Well, if like what was his name? Hoover, FBI guy had a file on everybody. If a person like that in the FBI or CIA government, they could easily get with Hollywood and say, hey, let's set this shit up. Just like they did DeLorean with the cocaine.
See, Hillary had a dossier on everybody, and he got everything that Hillary had.
It's all about what you know, not who you know.
And so it's like, you know, there's people that are blackmailed, and well, you got to do what we tell you, or we're going to release this information. either side could tell them that now,
Go ahead. Release it.
And they say they have a songbird.
It's just sad, the state of affairs in this world, man. It's depressing.
It's going to be interesting. It's like a super boxing match between the left and the right. And we all got to sit back and get some popcorn and sit back and enjoy the show.
Well, it's proven throughout history, every great nation crumbles from within. We might be witnessing the start of the crumble from within, man. And we're young. We've only been around a couple hundred years. You would expect us to last at least 500 to 1,000.
No, they have it all. They have it all set to. He said it'd be a smooth transition.
No, I just mean the course we're going with the two fractions. The left and right, and how the deeper and more disturbing and violent each of the conflicts are getting. Every country crumbles from within, man.
Every culture.
Yeah. If you don't eat out and use up the resources around you first, you crumble from within from decadence, arrogance, greed.
Seeing what's
Watch my video on the Woodsman Street. That's exactly what they go through.
Oh yeah.
Yep. It's got Robert Old. You know who Robert Old is, right?
Refresh my memory. The old sounds familiar.
Here.
Wow.
I'm gonna throw it on here first. Quick.
Oh, that's UK.
Find it. Let me find it. I'm like falling down. I haven't had a pill in a while.
Boy. Oh, wow. I'm looking at the one way you can tell if something's happening, watch the air traffic map. You know what planes are and where they're going,
Where do you pull that up from, Bill?
Flighttrader24.com.
Trader?
Oh, flightradar24.com. Okay.
Flight radar?
Yeah. Yeah,
I'll check that out.
Yeah.
I like aviate. Well, I was an aviation machinist mate in the Navy. I like it. I like jets, man. I like the smell of the jet fuel. I just love jets, man. The whole concept of them, especially fighters.
Or there are people that I don't know. There's other things or something, but I've seen people that shown like the helicopter, certain type of helicopter, and it'll show where they all are, and there's been some activity there. You don't know if it's training or a real mission or what, but you can kind of get a feel for what's if there's something happening when other things aren't.
I watched a video on YouTube. I think that high speed that CIA, the SR2 or SR22, is that high speed that CIA fly for surveillance?
The U2.
Well, the new version, that black one, whatever that new one is.
It's still a U2.
Is it?
Different
Okay,
version.
well, anyhow, I was watching this video and it had the two pilots and they said they were flying, they could fly, I forget how many miles. And anyhow, they go across this and they're listening to traffic control, and I think in LA. And a little Cessna says, "Yeah, tower, can I get my ground speed?" And it's like, tower comes back, "Yeah, I got 96 miles across the ground." And then like a Twin Beach, he asked, "Yeah, can I get my ground speed?" And they're like, "Yeah, you're at I see 136 across the ground." And then he said a Navy trainer pilot in an F-14 thought he'd come in and was joking around. Said, "Yeah, tower, can I get my ground speed?" And they're like, "Yeah, you're at 400 and some miles per hour." And the pilots in that high speed one said, "Yeah, what the hell? Let's do this." They're like, "Yeah, Tower, can we get our ground speed?" Like they just watched a fighter pilot get 500. They're like, "Oh fuck, this guy's embarrassing, man. He's gonna get joked." They're like, "Yeah, we got you at 1,998 miles per hour across the ground." And then the pilot of that comes back. He says, Tower, I'll correct you. I got closer to 2,000." That had to be fuck. Anybody in the air would be like, "Holy fuck."
Yeah, it'd be the SR-71.
Yeah, that one. That black, like it has the, what do they call it, cloaking.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
know, I've seen like 8 of those, and they tell you there's only been 4 of them, you know? I've seen one at Eglin Air Force Base. I've seen one at where the Spruce Goose is in Oregon. And as you know, there was another one I seen somewhere. But you know, it seems there's more of them than they tell you.
Well, with satellite technology, they're kind of obsolete now, aren't they?
Yeah. It's Musk with his Starlink, and he launches 60 at a time, and there's 1,000 and something of them up there already.
Yeah, I think they can pretty much they can read the data on a dime anywhere on this planet, I would imagine by now.
Yeah.
So what's this guy, Jason?
It's Robert Old. That's Forrest Fenn's best friend.
How did they meet?
In the Air Force, he was the one that they're gonna bury standing up or break glass.
So he was a pilot or something too?
Yeah, in World War II, and then he moved over to the Nam. This is the one video I think Forrest actually replied to.
You say his last name's Old? Is that his daughter's father-in-law?
Like right there, that's what I think Forrest replied to me.
Huh. I ain't seen that video. I'll have to go watch it after.
Very young? That kind of sounds like very young, huh? Very young. So when you click on Barry Young's avatar, does he have anything on his
No.
channel? Nothing?
To listen to the joke.
Huh?
Listen to his joke.
Depending on whether or not you're answering the properly, depends on whether or not you can hear or go down that way. First question. How many days of the week begin with the letter G? Second question. How many seconds in the year? Third question. What is God's first name? Holy Ghost said, I'm ready. He said, you can't be. That's too fast. Nobody is ready like that. He said, I'm ready. He said, all right, those are the consequences. How many days a week begin with the letter G? Today and tomorrow. 12? Yeah. Starting in January, starting in February. All right. What is the Lord's first name? He said, Andy. Andy? How do you get Andy? He said, Andy walks with me.
Yeah, that's Robert Old.
Yeah,
He's in Too Far to Walk. He's got quite a bit of. He's got a few pages dedicated to him.
And
Robert Old, but that's what he is talking about, is how each culture generations and cultures, how they self-destruct, and he labels out the different degrees that happen to all of them eventually.
I think it's
Oh,
inevitable. Until man learns his lesson, I think it's inevitable.
That's why I said we dig deep enough, we'll find our future.
Or our past.
One guy that was digging up in Yellowstone in the cemetery. That I mean, do an IQ test. If your IQ is under 120, you don't need to go searching.
Yeah, I couldn't see digging up a cemetery, man, and especially a national, any cemetery, but especially a national forest cemetery.
Oh yeah.
I can't see climbing down a cliff, rappelling down a cliff makes no sense to me. My brain says there's no freaking way a 79, 80-year-old man could rappel down. It's got to be walkable. I got to be able to walk to it.
The
Yeah.
rappelling is only a shortcut to get there. There is a way to walk there. But
Well, there has to be. He's not like rappelling. He's never. I can't, or climbing in a raft with it and go. That make holy shit. I wouldn't even want to do that, let alone him.
Don't underestimate me now.
Where Forrest Fenn's totem, that Forrest Fenn totem thing that I found, I put a rope, 100-foot rope, 300-pound test, and I tied it around a big old tree at the top, and used the rope so that it's a slope like this, but and you don't want to fall and tumble, so you just use the rope for safety, but going straight down no, I wouldn't do anything like that, not without other people and all the proper safety stuff.
No.
So, yeah, it's interesting watching the developments of what's happening geopolitically. Oh,
It's a whirlwind out there, man. You got Pelosi wanting to impeach, and then you got a lot of them saying, shit, what's the use, man? It's just going to use up time, effort. He's going to be out in so many days. It's just, it's never ending.
He's not going to be out. Listen, the thing they call his, what they call his conceding speech. He didn't concede. He never said Joe Biden. He never said Biden. He never said Harris. There's going to be a smooth transition.
So, Bill, do you know of anything written or like verbal command type thing of the Joint Chiefs of Staff being over, like say hypothetically, Trump was to say, "Hey, man, we're throwing a nuke right now at so and so." Is there anything that written or unwritten that the Joint Chiefs of Staff can override him?
They wouldn't publish anything. They won't. They're not going to publish.
It'd be top secret then, right? If there has to be, man. I'm hoping there has to be.
Yeah, that's why there's so much quiet. That's why you don't know, because the secret operations are taking place.
I'm just beyond a shadow of a doubt. I want to believe that there's some mechanism in there that if we get an unhinged president, that they can override it and put a stay on it until they get like more people to come in and it's like, whoa, hey, or go along with it, like a safety net.
It's supposed to be our Congress.
Oh, well, the military can shut down everything.
Right, that's what I mean. You're asking them to do it. It's their equipment. You're just ordering them to use their equipment. Do they have the right under certain circumstances? There has to be something in place that says, hey, man, we're going to override and we want a second opinion and bring in like congressman or some vice president, someone.
You got to watch that Jerome Corsi video where he talks about that there were like when Obama was in office, there were 5 generals that were going to do a military coup, and they decided the better way is to see if Donald Trump will cooperate with it, and so he's basically their soldier, their foot soldier.
And his payment for his services was the presidency for 4 years.
Yeah, and they're going to protect his family.
I could believe that.
You know, because you know, they want to kill his handicapped kid that Stu was making fun of, or no, he was making fun of Palin's kid. Yeah. Oh, have you seen my congresswoman, my new congresswoman? Yeehaw!
Nice, is she?
Huh?
Is she
Lauren
nice?
Bobart. Lauren Bobart. She fixed me a hamburger in 2014. I stopped at her restaurant in Rifle, Colorado, Shooters, where the waitresses pack a gun. All the waitresses are armed.
A hands-on establishment, huh? They come
Yeah,
armed.
and she ran for Congress, and she's my new congresswoman.
Hot damn.
And she's one of the ones that brought up Arizona, and you know, yes, we object to Arizona's votes. And yeah, she's got some spunk in her. But I met her when I ate at her restaurant in 2014.
That's pretty awesome.
I'm out, Bill.
She was saying she's gonna wear her gun right into Congress. And Nancy, oh, you can't bring your gun here. We have laws against that.
Good night,
Was
Street.
she part of that riot, Bill?
Jason?
Later, Jason.
Yep, you guys have a good night.
The drugs have taken effect. The alligator. That's Elvis.
That has to be horrible, man, not be able to shut down your mind at night.
Now we're back to who's ever talking's up.
I
Gotta have
see
the-
I see us both, man.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. Good.
That's well, like I said, I'm on a laptop. Up at the top right, it has a little thing that
Yeah.
says view, and when I click on it, I can go like whoever talks or gallery. I just set it on gallery.
See, now it's not gallery anymore. Not maybe on your Zoom, but on YouTube it went to back and forth who's ever talking.
Oh, okay.
My phone app doesn't have gallery if there's only 2 people.
Yeah.
Was that
Yep,
someone else?
Just got to notice.
Yeah.
My Amazon order went through. Gave me a shipping date. I got me a little ordered a 1.5 aluminum. They call it virgin aluminum, whatever the fuck that is. That unrecycled aluminum. It's made in India. A little crock pot. I mean, a pressure cooker for my van.
Maybe it means it's not recycled.
Yeah, I think so. But anyhow, it said virgin aluminum from India, 1.5 liter pressure cooker.
Or
That
is
can
made
do like
from the Virgin airplane.
Well, that little camp stove I got, if it's summertime, if I don't have it outside, it gets hot trying to cook shit on there, man. It's kind of pain in the ass. So I thought a little pressure cooker, what the fuck, man? I'll be able to cook shit quick. 20 minutes and I'd be done.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whenever I'm my generator, I can run my microwave and everything in here.
Yeah.
That, there's who knows? I have too many clues that say Moses.
Well, like I was saying earlier, nothing no one says or shows you is going to convince you different. I'm the same. No one's gonna. I have my spot, and that's my spot.
Even God told Moses, leave them there. Don't bring them up here. And then he says, don't come nigh, don't touch, you'll burn yourself, you know. Don't come nigh. Leave your friend in the car.
That was a puzzling statement. Mysterious Writings, right? When he says, if you have a searching partner, it's best to leave them in the car, or something to that effect.
Right. Because
that was strange, man.
You go to see God alone. You
Yeah,
don't bring anybody
because
with you.
before that, he was always saying things like, don't go into the mountains alone, take a GPS, let people know where you're going. Then all of a sudden, out of the blue, it's like, hey, if you have a search partner, man, it's best to leave them in the car.
Yeah. Well, also, you know, where I took the pictures of Moses, it was a roadside pullout. All you gotta do is get out of the car and take the picture. You ain't going nowhere.
That's
You
something,
don't
yeah.
even have to hit the trail. You know? But I went and searched below Moses and all that area, and that's where I found this head thing that's like a head sticking out of the soil, you know. And a Fenn is a muddy bog, and there he is up to his nose because he's sunk.
It will definitely, that poem will definitely go down in history as phenomenal because it
When he was
fit so
shot
many
down,
people.
he was
It
going to
fit
walk
so
out
many.
of there, right?
Yeah, it just fit. It can fit anybody's. You can make it anything you want it.
But there's way too much in it that says Moses on it. And when he was shot down, you shot down enemy territory. Are you a dead man?
Yeah, you're walking dead, man. You're walking dead.
Okay, if you're an atheist and you're shot down in enemy territory, do you pray?
If you don't, you probably will.
He did. He prayed to God, oh, God, get me out of here.
I'll do anything, man. I'll do anything. Get me out of here.
Whatever you tell, you got to give away your treasure. Oh, come on, man. No, but he was going to walk to the ocean 100 miles. And that's as good as dead, too, you know.
I always found it odd, Bill, when he told the story in that Moby Dickens. He said it something like a once in a lifetime opportunity or once in a lifetime adventure or opportunity when he talked about walking to the South China Sea. That struck me as, damn, you ain't scared enough. You want an adventure to walk through that fucking jungle?
Well, the thing, he was lucky to walk anywhere after that. And he was surprised he was still walking 40 years later. And Moses walked for 40 years.
But do you think it's odd he would say that it was a once in a lifetime opportunity or adventure to like take that adventure to where he got shot down and walk that entire dangerous area? That's like pretty ballsy, ain't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and he ain't gonna pass for no Vietnamese. He's way too tall.
Yeah, plus they're looking for him anyhow, man.
Yeah.
Not to mention navigating the jungle itself. I just thought it was always odd, like, damn, you are a venture-seeking motherfucker, man. If you wanted to walk through 100 miles of hot territory through Laos and Laos, Vietnam.
His plane exploded into a fireball that he knew would attract unwanted attention, right? Is that a blaze? And
Yes.
if your blaze was a similar halfway up 1,000-foot bluff, it coincides with that 1,000-foot bluff in Laos. And that's where I found Moses, halfway up that 1,000-foot bluff. And Moses was the meekest man on earth. And that's no place for Moses, halfway up that bluff.
I can see your connections. I can. They're clear.
And when I told Jack Stoof, I said, how in hell did you get within 6 feet of the blaze when it's halfway up a 1,000-foot bluff?
He didn't answer you, right? He never has answered you.
Answer any of my questions. he didn't reply. And I had some really good, funny questions.
You got passes then. Oh, I'll pass on that one. Pass.
I can't, he couldn't answer mine. The letter he had on Dale's site, the Jack Gets Mail. The Jack Gets Mail letters.
Yeah, I heard about it.
Okay, the one from Bill. I believe he wrote the letter from Bill. And answer it was a back and forth letter, because he was putting it. And I told Barbara, I said, Forrest Fenn did not call the finder Barbara. He called him Bill. How
I found it.
Him calling, how is Forrest calling the finder Bill a reference to Barbara?
I found it interesting when he first started communicating and people were sending him questions and all that. Everyone was getting replies. He had to have been one busy person if he was answering every single email. Like more than one person said they emailed him several times and he answered every one of their emails. That's a lot of fucking emails, man.
He sent one and he didn't answer it. And he said he hadn't paid it. He said he had to pay his bills, right? He hadn't paid the bill yet.
You got to get the money first, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe I'll give his partner a call tomorrow. Yeah, I'm Bill. Time to pay.
Rent is due.
And his student loans. And when they said the finder had student loans to pay, it's like, it's not me, mine are paid.
Yeah, there's a lot of from June 6th on, I did a double take. And when Jack came out and it showed the pictures of him sitting in the room with Forrest, the previous pictures we saw, and the fact that he didn't congratulate him, that was a big issue for a while. Well, why didn't Forrest congratulate him? And there's just been a lot of strange things, man. I'll admit, strange. It don't make sense.
Yeah, Forrest did the congratulating at the 2017 Femboree. Just before he put mildew on. Right.
I'm glad that's the only one I ever went to. And when he put mildew on, I was sitting right next to him, man, on that ledge. And it was by the pavilion. And
yeah,
there was like a hush. You could hear a pin drop, man, for like, it seemed like more than seconds, but everybody was like,
on the ledge, and what was just to his right? The Buffalo Cowboy car.
Had the buff, and then someone had like an easel up there, and they had the table made out. Something was, I forget what was going on there. Remember that like easel that they had a bunch of pictures, a book or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I remember an easel.
It was right on the corner. We were all on the ledge. You were right in front of us when they snapped that picture, and it was right at the edge of that pavilion. And Shiloh was right there next to him. Shiloh was in between us.
Yeah.
I'm glad I made that one when he did that, man. That was nice.
Wasn't the story the hat came out from a creek?
All I remember, we were sitting on, you were right in front of us, Shiloh was over like talking to someone out in front of the pavilion, and he looked over at Shiloh and said, "Go get my hat." He didn't say mildew, did he? Did he say mildew?
Shiloh, go get mildew for me from the truck.
And then Shiloh brought it back. They sat on the ledge, and it was like a hush went over, and then the whispers starting. And everyone started looking at each other like, oh shit, oh shit. Remember this face? Who's
Yeah,
this
I'm not
person?
gonna wear this. He said I'm never gonna wear that hat.
Until it's found.
In the scrap, no, in the scrapbook it just says I'm never gonna wear that hat.
I thought he made mention that he'd never wear mildew again until the
Yeah.
treasure chest was found.
Well, that could be in a video interview or something, in an interview, but in the scrapbook it doesn't say that. That's all I'm saying.
It was
It,
still a
it,
phenomenal. It was a phenomenal moment, man. It was like I felt part of something. Like I just watched history happen right there. It was a moment.
yeah. And that hand symbol he gave me was the same one George Washington has, you know,
Right.
and it's supposed to symbolize George Washington handing the nation to the people.
It was a beautiful weekend too, man. It was a beautiful
Mm.
weather in Santa Fe that weekend.
Yeah, I only had one because I was a camp host, and I was supposed to be working, and I got that Saturday off, so I had to drive from my search area all the way down to Fenbury, and I was back that night, you know.
Damn, you was pushing it.
No, it's only a 2.5, 3 hour drive.
Oh
So
shit.
the people that say, oh no, he didn't go that far, it's like it ain't that far.
I had a room in Santa Fe, so all I had to do was drive back. I'd been in the mountains before. I'd been there for like 2 days before the Fenbury. I wanted to get like acclimated to the man. I was so altitude sickness. I was dying, Bill. I drank the night before, which was a mistake. But the whole time Fenbury, all I was doing was sucking down waters and eating these energy bars. I was
Yeah.
dying, man.
Now last year in May or so, I was out searching, and I found right on the side of the road, right by this spot where I got you. There's a little space you can pull out, but there's this rock that's over the churning river below. You know, spring runoff. It's like a cauldron, you know. And every time I go on that rock, I know it's very uneven, and you don't want to hook your toe and fall in, right? And this is right within a half mile of where the blaze is. So there, I finished it, and I see there's a little cross with flowers there by the rock. And I thought, oh, something happened. You know, somebody died here. And I looked it up, and a woman had fallen off that rock into the cauldron and drowned in the river. Well, so last year, it began last summer, the family went and got this metal sign, round metal sign with a flower, bright red flower on it, black background, bright red flower with her name and her dates on there, and nailed it to a tree right on the side of the highway. It's like, oh my God, that's a blaze. Right where the blaze is. You know? What are
The
the
irony of it, huh?
Huh?
The irony of it, huh?
Yeah. And yeah, she had died, and you know, I had contacted her family and sent pictures of her little monument there.
Was she just climbing on top of it and lost her footing, or taking a selfie, or?
She most likely snagged her toe and fell down and went in.
Mm.
It's straight down into the water from there, you know.
Well, people that's never witnessed runoff in high country have no appreciation of the power of water, man.
Yeah, people
Hell,
stop
what
to
is it? What is it, Bill? Like 3 inches, 4 inches of water will move a car in fast running. I mean, it's wickedly strong.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to go out there some night with some pipe and chains and a hammer drill and drill some holes in that rock near the corners, and put a chain around so there's something, you know, to grab before you fall in. You know, and I told the sheriff, because I had a drone video that I launched my drone off the rock she fell from. And I had a 360 camera hanging from the drone and flew it down the river and back. And so I had 360 drone video showing the river when it was low. And I sent that to the sheriff deputy I know. And then they found her within 24 hours of getting that video, because it showed where the log jams were underwater. And
Snag points.
Yeah,
Snag
they found.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, they found her the day after I gave them the video.
Yeah, like I said, if you've never been around fast-moving streams, man, you have no respect for them because you don't know what they're powerful things.
And if you are the place, like, you got to be extra careful, you know. If you just snagged your toe, you'd be in.
And once you lose your footing, chances are you're not going to regain it until you hit a rock or grab something, man. You ain't going to regain your footing.
Yeah. Well, my computer's going to shut off. I don't need it. It'll start my generator.
How long do you run your generator a day?
We just start it like, I'm going to start it pretty soon and I run it till about 4 a.m.
And that perks your battery. That perks your battery bank back up too.
My battery bank sucks. My batteries last 10 minutes after the sun goes down.
Wow.
I got to get some AGMs or something. These lead acid things are garbage.
Yeah.
Especially when it gets cold.
It's just a shame those lithiums are so fucking expensive, man.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, if you get a hold of a wrecked electric car and get the batteries out of that.
Yeah.
Or if at a Tesla station. Yeah. Keep them busy a second. I'm going to start the generator.
I'm going to hit the bowl.
That's a good champion generator.
That's the yellow ones, right? Champion out of yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 6200.
Well, you get like
running a 1500 watt heater, and see the lights got brighter.
12-hour run on the fuel tank, a full tank of gas at like 50% or something. 12 hours.
Yeah. It has 4 gallons, and I can run 2 nights on that. Yeah. And you know what? My boot jack.
Yeah, I remember that.
Double omegas.
Unless you're a cowboy, chances are, and wear cowboy boots, chances are people don't know what a boot jack is anymore.
Yeah. Well, cowboy or construction or hiking boots. It has the small end for the ladies' shoe and the big end for the guys.
Yeah.
I don't know if it does high heels. So, well, yeah, I got a ton of Moses clues. Go. Throw some more. Just his name means drawn, taken from the water. Put in, take out. To take it out of the water means to Moses. And so there you go. There's why there's a put in and no takeout, because Moses is the takeout. I don't know. And the wooden Moses, Forrest was they found on the steps to his den, right? Well, that's what someone said. Yeah, he was found on the steps to his den. That's where he had Moses. Was on the steps to his den, and Moses, he paid $350 for him to Leo Salazar. That's the same price that he put on the bracelet. I have something to trade for that bracelet. It's worth $350. It's a wooden Moses.
I always looked at that. It's like he's an art dealer. And when people ask, like, well, what's that worth? And the answer to the art dealer is how much it's worth, what someone is willing to pay for it,
Yeah.
which is usually the highest bidder. Yeah. When he always said, yeah, it's probably the cheapest. Oh, it's probably, and he pawns it off like it's no big deal. It's only worth like $350. No, but to him, he said it was sentimental. It meant something. He loved it.
Yeah.
It's priceless to him.
Well, yeah, and the wooden Moses was carved by Leo Salazar, who and Leo Salazar died in 1991. Forrest just had cancer. Forrest was going to die from cancer. Miraculously, didn't die, and his buddy Leo Salazar dies of unknown causes suddenly. Is Forrest Fenn really Leo Salazar? Or was Leo Salazar like the guy in Green Mile that sucked all the cancer out of Forrest and went for him? He called him an omnipotent guru, and then he said Jenny Kyle's success is an omnipotent guru. And that's what he called Leo Salazar, because he knew where Moses received the 10 commandments that went in the Ark of the Covenant, and which Indiana Jones was looking for.
I use that statement he made as success is an omniscient guru, and the statement, if you have a searching partner, it's best to leave them in the car. I link them together. Same thing. You're searching for like a guru, the answers to the universe. You're searching for enlightenment type thing. That's the way I took it.
Yeah. Page 105 of Once Upon a While tells you who the omnipotent guru is. That's the only Leo Salazar, who carved Moses, is the only person he referred to as an omnipotent. He referred to him as omnipotent religious guru.
Basically the same thing.
Because he carved saints out of wood, and that wood didn't complain, so it was brave wood. And then he threw himself on the steps. I don't know, it was the blaze broken because he fell on top of Moses and broke his hand back off? His right hand broke off and he glued it back on. But when he died, did he fall on top of Moses and break his hand off again? Is that why the blaze was broken, Jack?
Well, I've said it a few times. I don't listen to Jack because how do you know he's telling you the truth? I don't. I can't. I don't know him. I don't trust him enough. I'm not going to judge. If he's lying to me, then I'm judging lies. I don't even listen to him, man, because I don't know him. He could be saying anything. He could just say it's broke. He could say anything. And Forrest isn't around to debate it anymore. So he's got free reign. And he's a writer of what do they call that? Political satire? Pushing to the edges?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
what
pay attention to them, man.
it's one thing that Doug Preston says. I like to push my characters to their limits. And if
Exactly.
you read Kyle Stoof's thing, that they do the same thing.
Exactly.
You know?
Social, it's social interaction at its best. How far can you push the envelope before they break? And when they do break, can you push them farther?
What's more dramatic? It's like you watch the church lady show. There's not going to be a lot of action and excitement going on,
Right.
Salad. But and so a little confrontation, it brings excitement and gets people rooting this side or that side. It's like a presidential debate.
Right. And it sets the people's minds, it gives them food for thought. And then you sit back and watch which direction they're going. And then you jump in and like you can redirect them or keep them going in the same path.
Yeah. And that video of them making the making the video for New Mexico tourism or whatever. And they're telling Forrest, they're directing him. They're acting like directors, like they're film directors, And it's so Kyle goes there and he brings his brother Jack. Jack ends up he's sitting there with his arms crossed. If it was my treasure, I'd have my hands in it. And he's sitting there. I'm not allowed to touch it.
I did notice too, that when I looked at the expressions, even the smile picture when Forrest appears to be looking up at someone smiling, it didn't look like it looked like a long face smile. He was smiling, but his eyes didn't say he was happy.
Yeah, well, I watched a video about how to tell if it's a real smile or a fake smile.
Yeah, if you watch anything about smiles, that's not a sincere smile, in my opinion. That
Yeah,
Forrest
a
gets.
fake smile doesn't get the eyes squinting.
Yeah, it shows in the eyes. They're not feeling it, man. They're not.
Yeah.
His eyes are like wide open, but his mouth is smiling.
And his hands like this. That means that he's not comfortable about something.
Yeah, he's solemn. He's protecting. He's protecting something.
Yeah. And Jack, with his arms like this, says, "I'm lying. I'm full of shit.
I don't have anything,
And
I'm uncomfortable."
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot that can be read into that. You could look at it at a standpoint. You could look at it as a standpoint. It was staged to look like that, or you could look at it like that is really what it was.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to get like a somebody that does body language. That's one of the things I wanted to do with Zoom, is have somebody that reads body language and and go through some Fenn videos and read body language.
Well, how old is Jack? In his 30s, 40s?
One thing says 46 on the internet.
Okay, well, I'm 57.
But he
You're
said
60 some. You're 60
He's
some.
playing
Now,
33,
if you
46.
okay, if you was there and we're older than him, would you not have videotaped everything? I know I would have. If I was in his, I would have videotaped everything. I would have videotaped the meeting with Forrest. I would have videotaped, and no videos surfaced.
I would have videotaped the treasure chest before I opened it.
Well, maybe in that same context,
And video opening it.
Well, they don't want people to judge the body language and the verbal language.
Yeah.
Maybe they are protecting something, man, or hiding something.
And I think the blind on the window behind them looks funny. Unless that's light coming from a skylight and down there?
It does look like dead outside the window. It looks dead, like it really isn't there.
I think there's that could be. I think there's a skylight, and that's the light from the skylight
Reflecting on
onto
the inside of the
wall.
window.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there doesn't seem to be a blind, or it's like a window there, and somebody taped cloth over it or something. You know, it. I
I
don't.
just with all the pictures that's been shown, I just got a fuzzy feeling like something ain't right. Something stinks in Denmark here, man. It ain't adding up. It ain't adding up visually.
Uh, I think I'm going to be able to figure out where that picture was taken.
Do you think Santa Fe itself?
Yeah, it's in Santa Fe. But which lawyer's office? Which one has the skylight that puts that light on the wall like that?
It's a logical deduction to say a lawyer because it's the most secure place and you can get the paperwork. I mean, everything's legal right then and there, as
And a
opposed to
lawyer
a
will
bank.
cover for you on anything.
Could it have been a title agency?
No, I think it's at the lawyer's office. One of the lawyers.
Lawyers.
Yeah, and
Is that where Forrest? Is that where Forrest's main lawyer was in Santa Fe?
I don't think it's Carl. I think it's at the environmental lawyer's office.
That was a funny addition to the equation. Having an environmentalist lawyer, that was pretty cool. That was funny.
Well, look what I found. I found stuff in National Forest and BLM that might be Atlantis. And if you were going to do any archaeological research, you're going to need an environmental lawyer to get through the Forest Service.
Right. If you ever do, the Forest Service has deep pockets, the government.
The little witch they have for archaeologists here. No, she's not going to let you bring anything that doesn't meet her academic standards.
Nope.
You know.
And good luck trying to get the paperwork past her, man. They make it difficult for a reason.
And if you got something they don't want to recognize, what do? You have a big treasure hunt that brings in all kinds of media attention. And when it's let out, it's like, oh, it was about the discovery of Atlantis. Holy shit.
Well, it's people like her and who she works for will be the first to step up and say, yeah, we knew it. We were just trying to preserve it until we could like get it out to the public. But yeah, we got this. It's ours now. We know it.
See if I can find that skylight. Uh-huh.
I just have a deep suspicion that those pictures, they speak, what, a picture speaks 1,000 words. I just read a lot of uncertainty in all of it.
Yeah. The picture, you know, that's how they tracked down Osama bin Laden, is by the geology and the pictures of the rock behind him. They could figure out where that was.
Well, I think America is at a technological place in their evolution that we could track and find a needle in a million haystacks.
Oh, I think I found the skylights though.
Is that how you're trying to link it to the office? What office you're going on, like Google Earth, looking at offices that have skylights?
Look for skylights on the roofs there.
Right.
That's easy on Google Earth. And yeah, there are, looks like it looks like skylights.
That would make sense for a lot of the video and anomalies. if there's a skylight over top reflecting off that glass top too. Plus, you
Yeah,
got the reflection
lights are
of
like
the
on
people.
the edges of the buildings.
And if a cloud was passing over, it changed the reflection on the table too, and the people in it.
Yeah.
That would
And,
answer a lot of questions.
they must have been there for a while, because there are some pictures that don't have the light on the wall and others do. And so the sun had to move so that beam of light totally went away. It disappeared.
I thought it was strange too. The standing like comment Forrest made as soon as he would make an announcement, as soon as he knew for sure it was made, to the 3 major news outlets, which
Yeah.
told me he wanted the word to get out. I was taking it even deeper, like, okay, maybe he would want to bring in not only them, but the local to actually film like them two together type thing. I thought there would be film to like, because think about it, Bill, he's hyped this thing up for 10 years, right? With all the interviews, scrapbooks, he's hyped it big time. And then when it comes down to the final, the win, the solution, here it is. He doesn't show it in person on video. I found that odd, man.
Yeah.
You think it would be a big hoopla, right? And film it and have like hundreds of reporters there and
Yeah. Well, he did have his one. That's what Jack Stoof and his brother. They're the reporters, the storyteller. Jack's the writer. His brother's a high profile
the PR man,
marketeer.
the media, the PR man.
Yeah, he's a PR. He's a Jerry Maguire.
Right. That makes
He
sense, man.
represents celebrities and baseball, basketball players, stuff like that. MLB.
That scenario makes sense.
And so he works for a promotional company. If it isn't his own company.
I think the name's pretty funny too, man. If you say, I mean, you could twist that name real quick. Jack Stoof.
Yeah. I call it Jack Spoof.
Yeah, you could twist it to several different little variations there.
To a P. Yeah, I think those are skylights. Uh-huh. I have to go fly my drone over it to see.
Hell, drop it right down a couple inches away from it. Kind of look around for a minute.
Yeah.
Look for that cactus. Look for that red planter like with the cactus coming up.
Yeah. You know when I guess Jens flew his drone over Forrest Fenn's house, right? It's in the video, but he should have been wise and got some close-ups of the roof.
Is that legal? Is that legal to do? Are you allowed to fly over private properties?
Oh yeah, but they're allowed to shoot you down too. But Forrest, when he had Moses carved, Moses was too white and fresh, too new looking, and so he put him outside on his balcony to weather him for 3 years. He fell over, broke his hand. He fixed it, put him back up to weather him for 3 more years or whatever. So he brings Moses is finished being weathered, and then he brings Moses in, puts Moses on the steps to his den, and he puts the treasure out there where Moses was to weather it.
I think the way those pictures were, and the chest that they show where it's bowed out and all that and has damage and you could tell the mud around it. I think that chest was all by itself sitting wherever it was. There was nothing inside of it, but they put the stuff inside of it to take those pictures. I think the chest was empty.
Yeah, I think they took that picture in Fenn's yard.
Wherever they took it, it's my belief that whatever that chest had been sitting someplace for a long time to get that look, but the
Yeah.
contents were not in it. Why it was getting that look?
Uh-huh. They were somewhere else.
Yeah, they were safe and secure, man, without a
Yeah.
doubt.
Yeah, and a rusty key has meanings.
And people can't yell foul. I mean, if you find it, you get them both. It doesn't mean they were both together when you found them.
Yeah.
I mean, Jack, his story is they were both together exactly as you see it. Well, the pictures told me I got a different feel and a different look from the pictures. I honestly don't think that treasure was in there, that the chest that picture was taken with. It's all weathered and muddy.
Well, I think the bow you see is from a wide angle lens that was close to the box.
Which gave it the bowed look.
Yeah. Because the other pictures don't show it being bowed or anything. It looks perfectly fine, undamaged.
Well, I follow the train of thought like other people were saying. If it was that beat up and weathered for 10 years on the outside, it would have damaged the inside, man. It would have damaged the things inside. There would have been enough accumulation of water in it to just like rot it and like fuck shit up.
Yeah.
Sinuate. Look at the sinuate. That's animal guts. Wouldn't that have fucking rotted in high humidity and moisture? Wouldn't that have disintegrated?
Maybe not. If it was in the sun too,
Well,
might.
if the lid's closed, if it's in the chest and it's sinuate, isn't that like skin or animal guts or something? It's something
He
animal.
might have thrown something over the top. He might have had a piece of leather laying over it. We don't know.
It just I can't see an avid collector like that, even if he can afford it, putting those artifacts out for nature to fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you want to protect them? And they looked good. They were all protected and healthy.
Uh-huh. I found you know how people stack rocks to Market Trail or where they gone? You
Right.
know, I found some that were stacked that had lichens growing on them, that the lichens grew on them while they were stacked.
That's old. That's
Yeah.
very old.
And I found another one of them things with the stone and right in my search area. There's a stone that they grind with, and the stone, it was sitting right where it's been for hundreds or thousands of years. You
A
know,
millstone. A
yeah,
millstone.
the millstone that the Indians used, and the stone that they ground it against.
Right.
It
How
was
high was the lichen? How high was the lichen on that marker?
there wasn't any on that, not on that one.
No, I mean on the marker you were talking about previous.
Oh,
How
that
high
other,
was
the
the
other
lichen?
one. Yeah, the archaeologists told me the lichens can be up to 1,000 years old in this area.
And the older they are, the higher they climb on that surface too, right?
Yeah.
Spread out
Yeah.
higher.
Uh-huh. Well, they were on the stack of rocks, and I didn't touch it. It's still there, but it's right next to the little Fred Flintstone house. Where there's a big boulder sitting on top of other boulders, and you can get underneath. You got shelter. You might have a
I remember.
climbing with you.
I remember you doing that. I think it was a live video, and I was talking. I'm like, "Shit, Bill, you just sold me. How much you rent it to me for?" When you was at Flintstone's house, you did a live chat there, I think.
Yeah, I found stuff that you could pretty much hide out there, and they wouldn't know you were there, unless you had a car parked. Where this car parked here? Who's out there in the woods? And working at the campground for the Forest Service and stuff, I got to meet all the rangers in the area, all the cops in the area. The Forest Service cop, I showed him the Buffalo Cowboy car. He told me I could keep that. And he said, if you find the treasure, you can keep that too.
Cool. Did you get
it
his
tells
card?
you something about Colorado. Colorado doesn't have the same laws as New Mexico and Wyoming.
As far as found treasures?
Well, the state tells the Forest Service, we're not going to let you have that law. You know, the state has to
I've,
say so.
I've never researched into it, but like, can you take antlers you find on BML land? I know like national parks, you're not allowed to take antlers off it, like Yellowstone. BML land, you're allowed to take antlers you find, right?
Yeah. Well, there are people hunting elk and stuff in this area.
So if you're allowed to take antlers and like rocks and stuff from BML land, you should be able to take found like it'd be like a wallet if you found a
Yeah.
wallet.
Well, the one BLM area that I found a bunch of stuff. There's a sign that says you aren't allowed to take any rocks, and it's like they know this is archaeology. That's why you can't take any rocks.
They don't
They
want you to
know
take any evidence.
And this one guy did a satellite ground penetrating radar satellite, gave me a readout of a mountain I suspected of a pyramid, and there's air shafts all the way around it.
Damn.
Yeah. And it's bigger than the pyramid in Egypt. And it showed stuff that's like, this isn't a surface feature. And those are chambers underground, 600 feet by 600 foot underground chambers with tunnels connecting them.
Well, speaking of pyramids, they're coming to the conclusion, like even over in South America, Egypt, they're
Yeah.
thinking they keep finding these liquid mercury, traces of mercury underneath both of them over in South America and in Egypt. They're starting to think that they were like power generator type things, especially Egypt with the gold cap on it. They're saying it was like a network, electrical grid, a power grid network is what the pyramids were. Because supposedly, I mean, there's no pharaohs buried in any of the three great pyramids of Giza. There's no pharaohs. The pharaohs are buried in the Valley of the Kings, or I think they're like a little area underneath ground they excavated in front of the pyramid. There's no actual pharaohs in the pyramids.
There was a ship in there.
In that little village or whatever in front of it, or
There
actually in
was a complete ship, a 145-foot boat in there. And there's a building in front of the pyramid, and that boat's in that building now.
Yeah, I've heard about that. That's like recently they've discovered those buildings. But as far as the pyramids, they're saying it was like with that liquid mercury and all the air chambers coming in. They're thinking they would like pour something in, like whatever they would pour, hydrogen peroxide in one of the holes, and with the liquid mercury, and that's some pretty advanced shit.
You know, one way to find the underground entrances and stuff is use infrared when a low pressure system comes in winter, and so you got high pressure, pushes all the air inside the underground chamber or cave or whatever, and when the low pressure system comes, that air has to come out of that cave, and you'll pick it up in infrared.
That's ingenious.
And you'll be able to tell where there's possible entrances. Plato said Atlantis had a large rectangular valley surrounded by high mountains that are covered with crystals. That's the San Luis Valley. That's right here, and where my pyramid is. And the Hopi say this is the birthplace of civilization.
The ant people.
You know? And so this is a big Atlantis thing. I found Anubis, and both they say is the predecessor to Moses. They're both the same figure, and they just keep making giving a new name to him. You know.
Yeah. Different cultures call him a different name, but he's the same person.
Yeah. And I found both. The one that's in the emerald tablets, and in the emerald tablet says, "I, in my robe of purple and gold, raise my arms and cry the invocation that opens the passage to the plains beyond at the treble gates." The treble gate, that's what this is, the treble gates. The canyon is the gate. And there's both standing up there, Forrest, who calls Moses, standing there crying the invocation that opens the gateway to the Great Plains. Boom.
Purple, the color purple is associated with royalty too. Blue blood, royalty.
Yeah.
Some of the which Egyptian god is blue, depicted in blue in pictographs.
That's the other thing. They say there's Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon. They got it completely wrong. It's the other way around. There's Atlantean stuff in Egypt.
Well, I've read and seen documentaries on it that all of these cultures, the Egypt, all of them came out of Atlantis first. Mesopotamia, Samaritans, they're saying they started out in Atlantis. All these great cultures.
Look up the hidden Jews of the San Luis Valley. They found the natives here get the same kind of cancer Hebrews get.
I have heard about that. They're saying there's Jewish blood, there's a Jewish link because of that cancer.
Yeah, that they couldn't figure out why these native women here had this Jewish cancer.
Well, isn't it the 7-day evangelists? Are they the ones that believe once Christ died, did his 3 days, and then he came over to the Southwest? And the Indian lore even speak of the white God that comes to them. Isn't 7-day evangelists?
That 3-day thing is about winter solstice, the sun reaching its lowest point on the horizon to the south, and it stays there for 3 days and then heads north again, rises. That's where that comes. That all comes from astrology.
Well, the Hopi believe in the white brother, the white savior.
Yeah, they said white. They said white men, black men, and brown men came out of these mountains.
And they had, during the Great, which they coincide with, I think, the flood of Noah's Ark. They coincide. The Hopi think their lore tells them that these ant people took them underground to survive some catastrophe, either a meteorite shower or a flood, whatever it was. But the ant people saved them.
Yeah.
Right. That's the Hopi.
Yeah. Okay. We're looking for a lost continent called Atlantis. Oh, what's this place? Oh, let's call this America. Where'd it come from? I don't know. It just appeared. It's the lost continent of Atlantis, idiots.
Well, I mean, American Indians. The Indians had to be freaking out like, what the fuck you mean? What are you putting your plant? Hell, why you put your flag there on my beach, man? We've been here for 10,000 years. Who the fuck are you people? And they're coming over like, oh my God, look what we found. Indians like, you never found shit, man. What the hell are you doing?
Yeah. What do you mean? We found Europe.
We've been here for 10,000 fucking years, man.
You're brothers from another mother.
What the hell are you dressed all funny for, man? What the fuck kind of shit you guys wearing? Wigs and shit? What the fuck is wrong with you people?
Well, when you think about it, the clothing back, then wasn't much different. My fifth great granduncle Robert Rogers, I republished his book, A Concise Account of North America. I disappeared.
People can't
Look at
deny it, but they had.
Oh.
Wow, that looks like a rock. Looks like you got that rock as a head.
You know, that's badass. So, yeah. I call him
Like
Zeus.
it looks
That's
like he has
Zeus.
a monocle on too in that eye. Looks like he has a monocle in his eye. Yep, right there.
Yeah. And you see the guy, there's somebody here, arms, legs.
Yeah,
They're
with his arm right there
beard.
underneath his nose.
Yeah,
Underneath his
yeah.
nose.
He's Zeus. I didn't want to call him Thor. But yeah, I republished my fifth great granduncle's book, Concise Account of North America. It's that typed this whole thing. I didn't just copy the old book. I changed it to a modern script, and I put my great great grandparents in the front. Nah, I ain't got to show.
How long ago did you do that? How long ago? How long ago did
This one's 2007. There. Yeah, see there's my great great grandparents.
those old pictures, they never look fucking happy, man. They're always like motherfuck, life's rough.
When he was 18, he got shot in the Civil War at Lake Shikot. He got shot. It it entered his it entered through his left arm. It went through his left arm, broke the bone. It entered his left shoulder, and it came out from his right shoulder. And he laid
Big
there,
old 50 caliber musket.
58 caliber mini ball.
Lucky he didn't die of infection, man. It was filthy back then.
Well,
Lead bullets.
he survived gangrene. He spent a year in the hospital, and married my great grandmother a couple of years after he got out. But I got a picture of him with a cousin of his wife's. There's a cousin of mine. I got a picture of him and and a cousin of mine sitting there in Missouri at the tent. And they went to the Civil War with the Screaming Eagle, the old Abe the Eagle, the Wisconsin Eagle Regiment. And he played the fife. The Eagle loved to hear Yankee Doodle.
Yeah, it was the infection, that the field dressings and the infection that killed. They just amputated, man. It was just even a scratch, man. Hell, they were filthy back then. They hardly took baths. Their clothes were filthy. It was just filth everywhere.
Well, he took that shot all the way through, and it didn't take out the windpipe, the important arteries, the spine, nothing. He had limited use of his left arm after that, but that was it. And
lucky man.
He lived to be 89, was Justice of the Peace, and this is a Civil War fife.
That's actually the pipe.
It's got the eagle right here.
That's actually the one he played?
It's a Civil War fife. Yeah. No, it's not the one he played. I bought this one.
But it's a replica of what they played?
No, it's what they played. This has the U.S. on it. It has the eagle and the U.S. This is Civil War issue fife.
The first time I heard, you always see the old paintings like Washington era. You'd see the flag bearer, the drummer, and the fife player, and they were young. You could tell they were kids. I always thought that's strange. You put the children playing the music in front of fucking your army, man.
No, they were the musicians were intelligence, because they would give the music. It told the troops what to do.
But why
the
did they put him out front?
beat, or what they play on the fife, it gave them instructions to what way to move or to attack, to retreat, you know.
Was it just for the paintings they put him out front, or did they actually lead the battle, like marching and lead them into battle?
I don't know if they led into battle. They were there where the troops could hear them, because they were
Up wherever the general was, so they were by the general.
To what to do, you know.
That makes better sense.
Yeah, because that fight, it's loud, you know. You can hear that whistle.
Yeah.
Over all the gunshot, maybe. They knew, oh, that tune, we got to retreat. Yeah.
I think the Civil War, wasn't that the first war where they started getting like the ambush? Before it was you lined your armies up honorably, you let each other know we're going to fight in 2 hours. Isn't the Civil War where they started doing like hiding in the trees, bushwhacking them and shit?
No,
like it started
that was this guy, Robert Rogers, my fifth great granduncle, invented camouflage. The Indians taught him to hide in the trees and hide and ambush.
So he was ambushing shit during the Independence War.
No, that was the French and Indian War.
French Indian.
Yeah, 1750s, before the Revolution. Robert Rogers was more popular than George Washington.
Well, you said the Indians taught him how to do it, right? Their philosophy was you face each other in an open field and have at it. But the Indians taught him, nah, man, hide.
Rogers, he would dress up when John Stark was his neighbor, and you know, they grew up together in New Hampshire, Dunbarton, New Hampshire, and that's where Stetson, my family and the Stetsons were friends. You know,
the hat Stetsons,
the colonies, all the other Stetsons came from them, but yeah, and anyhow, John Stark was kidnapped by the Abenaki Indians, and was a prisoner of the Abenakis. And when Rogers went up in the movie Northwest Passage, they went up and attacked the Abenaki village for kidnapping English colonists. And they had 600 English scalps on their lodge poles outside their lodges. And when they got there, and the movies, they slaughtered the village, you know. Well, so he rescued John Stark, right? And John Stark was one of Rogers' Rangers. And the Army Rangers are named after my ancestors. I got the green, you know. And so anyhow, the French and Indian War is done. And Washington has the Continental Army, and he's trying to gain. And John Stark brought Robert Rogers into Washington's camp in Massachusetts, Concord or whatever, wherever Harvard is. That's where he brought him. That town of Massachusetts. I think was it Weston? No, but anyhow, so John Stark brings Robert Rogers to meet George Washington, because Rogers wants to join up with the Continental Army, you know, tired of fighting for the king. And Washington didn't want Rogers to have any part of it because he was more popular than him. And if he let Rogers in, Rogers would have taken his command away from him. Because he basically outranked him. You know, but John Stark brought Rogers into the camp, and he was disguised as an Indian. Remember the Tea Party? They were dressed as Indians. That's how Rogers did things.
They would. That's how the Rangers today will dress as the enemy and go right into their camp, and they don't even know it. Just like they did in the Capitol.
Right.
We right in, and we just dressed like we were one of the protesters, and there was special forces in there collecting that evidence.
Well, the Boston Tea Party was the tipping point, man. It was you get the country behind you, and hell, you can go somewhere. You got to have the country behind you, and that was the tip. Didn't it start out with like a tree tax up in Maine or something?
It was a 3-cent tax on tea. Yeah.
But right, previous to that, shortly before that, there was one of the states up north, Vermont, Connecticut, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, one of them. The king put like a tariff on trees and says you can't cut anything above this. And one guy, one of the Baker Millers, said, "Man, fuck you, I'm doing it." And then everybody else followed. The king was like sent shit out and started like slapping their hands. And then the Tea Party, then Boston said, "Fuck it, man, this is our prime time. Let's push the button." And then they pushed the Tea Party.
If he was able to say double blaze.
Fuck you, king. Kiss my ass, motherfucker. Come and get me, you rotten bastard.
Yeah. Well, so Rogers goes in and Washington, get that guy out of here. Called him a traitor and whatever, and kicked Rogers out of the camp, right? So what did Robert do? He grabbed Nathan Hale and brought him back to the British. Here's your American spy. First American spy to be hung. But it turns out Nathan Hale's my cousin. I'm related to both guys.
He turned in his own blood.
Well, no, it wasn't his. It was another branch of another part of his brother married the blood of Nathan Hale, basically.
Oh, so just an in-law.
Great grandfather James Rogers.
Right.
Huh?
I said just an in-law. That's okay.
Yeah. It was a distant relative, a relative of a future descendant. But
I always thought it was pretty cool through history that the Navy, the United States Navy, was begun before the country was before 1770. Before we were even a country, we had a Navy. We didn't have an army. They called it the Continental, but we actually had a Navy before we were even a fucking country.
And what was our Navy ship that went over and attacked England?
The name of it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
The Ranger.
Was it?
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, you're fighting the fucking British, one of the strongest fleets in the world, man. You better have a fucking Navy to keep them off your ass for a little bit.
John Paul Jones named his ship the Ranger after Robert Rogers. Rogers Ranger.
He was one popular motherfucker, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's why I said he was more popular than George Washington. And he's only the brother of my fifth great grandfather. That's why he's my fifth great granduncle. But so James Rogers is my fifth great grandfather. Him and Ethan Allen, my other fifth great grandfather, conspired to make. There weren't going to be 14 states. There's gonna be 13 because we want Vermont independent of England and the United States.
We want our own piece of cake, man.
And so here's Ethan Allen and James Rogers and or some other guys that were trying to make Vermont independent of the U.S. and Britain. But they call it the Vermont negotiation. And meanwhile, my fourth great grandparents, Mary Ann Allen and James Rogers, are playing in the yard. And that's how I get Rogers blood and Ethan Allen blood.
Every time I hear Ethan Allen, all I can think of is quality wood furniture.
It's not, he took Fort Ticonderoga in May of 1775, single-handedly without bloodshed. Took it from the British.
Without bloodshed?
Yes, he walked up in the middle of the night. His guys didn't even make it across the river. Didn't even make it over. He went in alone to the fort, walked right past the guy sleeping at the gate, pounded on the door of the commandant, and the guy comes to the door in his nightie with his wife, and Nathan Allen's there with his blunderbuss and his sword. In the name of Joshua or Jehovah, I demand possession of this fort. And the guy's, well, I'm in my underwear. You got it. You know. So, and then him and Robert Rogers were both hauled to England to stand trial the same way, shackled in the bottom of a boat.
There were some rough times back then, man.
Yeah.
A lot to be had and a lot to lose. If you got caught, like, that's treason, man. You're going to die if you don't win.
And my great grandmother here, her middle name was Allen. And people thought, you mean Ellen? No, Allen, because she's descended from Ethan Allen.
It's just old pictures, 1800, all of it. Well, yeah, 1800s and back, they just look so fucking angry and miserable all the time. Even the children, man, they're all like nasty.
I think that's about 1930, that picture was.
Really?
It was near the end of his life. But I have another third great grandfather who was a U.S. Marshal in South Dakota in the 1860s.
That's a tough job. 1860s, that's pretty lawless out there still, man.
He was part Native American. But my Native American blood is on my dad's mother's side. And you know, when they do the DNA test, dad's dad, or mom. So my dad's mother's side doesn't show up.
Huh.
Because they're checking either your maternal or your paternal DNA. It's only the father all the way, the Gorman all the way back. And my mother's side, the name changes every generation. DNA that was tested. It's only the women on my mother's side, and only the men on so my father's mother's DNA doesn't show up in my DNA.
I remember hearing something years ago about, I think it was Genghis Khan. Wasn't he the big one, the first one that united the Mongols? Was it Genghis Khan?
Yeah, he's in my DNA profile from National
I was going to,
Geographic.
yeah, it's like, it was a high number. It was like 70-some% of the world population has his DNA in them.
Yeah.
It was beyond, it's like over half of the world's population could be traced back and has some of it. I'm thinking, that was a fucking he was a fighting fucking motherfucker, wasn't he?
Well, he was a fucker for sure.
I know. Hey, man, I like this woman over here in this little country. Come on, guys. Need to kick the fuck out of this country and take it.
Yeah, I got my National Geographic had his DNA, and I got King Tut and Ramses the Great. And Ramses his mummy's got red hair. His family is said to have gone and populated Ireland. That's where all the redheads come from.
Were they fair complected too?
Huh?
Was Ramesses fair complected too, or like dark like most of them?
No, he was a white guy with red hair.
Well, look at South America. When what's his name went over there and conquered South America, they thought they were gods because they were told the redhead, fair complected people would come to them sometime. The gods.
Yeah, that's what they They left. They said we left and that we'd be back. It was Arnold.
Yeah.
I got
That's strange how redhead, you wouldn't think, I mean, you would think their DNA would produce solid black hair like Latino. I mean, you would get a predominantly black hair, dark complected,
well,
especially in the Middle
my
East.
thing. I got Tesla's DNA too. It said I had Tesla DNA, and that's because my mother's mother is Austrian. So no wonder he got some Tesla DNA.
He was an amazing person.
Yeah.
He was one of those people that was born 100 years too soon.
Yeah. Imagine have a time machine, go back and talk to them.
Oh God. He always, the 369, he wouldn't reveal it because he knew for a fact man would fucking fuck it up, man, use it for destruction. But if they understood the meaning of 369, it's the key to the universe type thing.
Yeah.
He had found what the cosmic consciousness, wherever these great people like Einstein and all, Da Vinci, they say they tap into that, like, the meditation, the cosmic consciousness. I think that's what Tesla meant by the 369. But yeah, I'm with you, Bill. I'd love to go back and sit and just listen to him.
I was coming back from Pueblo one time last winter, and through a blizzard and stuff, and a miracle that I got over the mountain, over the pass, and I come up behind a potato truck, and it was number 369. I'm like, oh my God.
You're going to disappear into a vortex, never to be heard again.
Oh, and then what? Last week was it? Or maybe 3 weeks ago or so, a month ago, when I was heading out to go get my stash. I was heading to Pueblo or over the mountain to go to the pot store over there. And I got up to the highway. I'm on dirt road, so I go up north to the highway, and I there was a camper went by, an RV went by. I pulled out on the highway behind the RV, and I got up to the back of it, and the license plate was Moses. OZMOSES. I'm like, oh my God.
Didn't you do a video a couple weeks ago with the license plates that had that on it?
Yeah. But I had my phone on the visor, so I just reached up and tapped a picture of it, and
yeah,
I got to get a picture of this. And osmosis is pulling things out of your dreams. See, Moses is to take it out of the water. Osmosis is to take it out of your dream.
Well, I like the quote. Crazy Horse was known to be able to shit, I forgot what the fucking quote was. Basically saying he was able to dream himself into reality and leave the illusion behind. Isn't that what like gurus do and like mystics when they go into a deep trance?
Yeah,
they leave the dream behind into reality. Yeah.
and what Jimmy Cricket say? It makes no difference who you are, and I change it to who they think you are. When you wish upon a star, your dreams come true. Right. You had to manifest the treasure.
Right. Well,
it's got to be manifested, and that isn't easy.
It's the saying, speaking things into existence. It's the dream boards and all that stuff. if you dwell on it enough, think hard enough on it, that's basically meditate on it and dream on it. You can bring it in, you can make it into reality.
Yeah, and when I learned about the treasure, at the same time, I found this video of meditating, going by what the Moses conversation with God, and God said, "I am that I am." You know, I am that I am. That I am that I am. You know, and you take the I am, and so I can't. I am the fanatic. I am the one who's going to solve this. I am, and you do these I am meditations, and it's directly from Moses and stuff. And here it leads me to what? Moses.
Right, right. That had to throw you for a loop.
Is there anything? There can't be anything more miraculous. Forrest being rescued was a miracle. He found in Preston's book, The Codex, the old man, they lock him in the tomb, and he thinks he's gonna die, and he was an atheist, but he found God in there in the Codex. The guy found God. He found God. Yeah, Forrest found God when he was on the floor of the jungle in Laos, and he prayed to get his ass out of there. The Jolly Greens come and save him. You know, but he was going to walk out. He didn't walk out, and he's amazed that he's still walking 40 years later, like Moses walked for 40 years.
It does line up.
Yeah, and yeah, there's just so much. Even was it J.D. Salinger? His mother was such a fan of Moses that she changed her name to Miriam.
Is that Moses' mother's name, Marion?
His sister, I think.
Sister?
I think it's his sister, yeah. And in the movie of Gods and Kings Exodus, Moses' mother gives him his umbilical cord, and he ties it around his thumb, and it stays there the rest of his life. They show him putting that umbilical cord on and off, I guess to wash his hands maybe, but he had his umbilical cord, and I've got mine. I've got my belly button. When when you're born, they got the thing on, it falls off. Mine's in a jar. I've got
was that a normal cord. Bill,
huh?
Was that a normal thing to do back then? To like something, was that some symbolic significance to wrap the umbilical cord around? Is that like safety in their life or something? Was it symbolic?
Maybe she kept it because she put him out there in the river without a paddle. Below the home of the brown Egyptians.
So maybe it was a symbolic to be like safe travels type thing, safety in his life.
Yeah, maybe.
Or always like remember your bloodline, always remember your family type thing.
He wouldn't forget where he came from.
Yeah.
Don't forget your roots. And I do a lot of genealogy stuff. My mother did it, and I picked up where she left off. She had stuff back to the 1700s, and I took it. And it's like, well, tied it to the royal family. If you tie it to the royal family, it goes all the way to Adam and Eve. That's 140 generations, huh?
Well, I mean, logically, I think if you follow their storyline, we all go back to Adam and Eve. We have to. We wouldn't be on this planet. Here's the dilemma, though. So is Africa, someone in Africa, is their bloodline going to trace all the way back to Adam and Eve? Like if they lived in the Congo or whatever, is the Chinese person, say someone born, their bloodline's been in China, are their bloodline going to go back to Adam and Eve?
Maybe people were originally green. Ah,
Yeah, I got to mute mine left and right. When I take a hit of this last batch of weed I got to mute it because I cough. Even if I take little hits, man, I cough. It's some
yeah,
potent shit.
it's like right at the top of my throat. There's a one spot that just, you know.
Yeah. I think it's a buildup of THC.
No, it gets there when I don't know. Gotta have them look at that. You know, it's like there's some flap or something, or you know,
Your uvula.
irritating.
I used to fuck with my kids when they were younger. I'd say, come here, let me look down your throat. See your teeth. I'm like, oh shit, your uvula's gone. They'd be like, what? What's a uvula? I'm like, you don't know what a uvula is? It's gone. You don't have it.
That little thing dangles inside your throat. Yeah.
What is it? Well, I can't explain. Go Google it. They come back and room like, oh, come on, man. It's gone. Where'd it go?
Uvula, not vulva.
Is it?
No,
I had fun with them for it.
They might get something they shouldn't be seeing. Make sure they look up uvula and not vulva. Yeah. Yeah, Moses wrote the 10 Commandments on a tombstone of marble, says. We knew that. No, God wrote it, burned it in with his finger. And Forrest said he was guided by the hand of God, right?
Right.
There's some hand sculptures I found that the hand itself is 30 feet long. It's like, okay, oh, that's that big guy I seen from the distance. Yeah, okay. and like if the figure's got a war bonnet with the feathers, you know, each feather's another person. You know, like, and there's people climbing on people's faces and coming out of people's mouths, and there's all kinds of weird stuff. But there's a lot of the father son sitting there facing each other, like the Rockwell. That's why he said, I didn't think it was. I didn't know Rockwell did that. Yeah, because somebody drew that Rockwell 12,000 years ago. Rockwell was just copying that guy. I found stuff in the rocks that he's got in scrapbooks that are represented in the scrapbooks.
You found a lot of connections.
Yeah. Well, when he told me that I showed him the Fort Fenn's totem, and he says, so you found it, but there's 40 of them, right? There's more of these? Grab my camera and go, you know? And I found that's what led me to finding Thoth and Anubis and Moses. But Moses is the scribe. He's the one that wrote the Bible. He's the scribe. The scribe's the writer. And Moses was the writer who wrote the Bible. Thoth was the one who wrote the Emerald Tablets. You know, he was the scribe in Egypt.
Did you copy any of the scrapbooks or anything from Dale's site?
I downloaded the PDF and I found I can activate it so I can copy the text.
Cool.
I thought I was saving all the HTMLs, but it was because it only did one in the 50s, one in the 40s. Because the file names were truncated, so I only got one in each every 10. But it should have saved all the pictures. But I got the PDF too.
When he did that dump, when he was doing like, it seemed sometimes it was one a day. I mean, it was like the dump he did. I was inundated. I was into him before then, trying to analyze him and then like trying to max things up. When he started dumping it, whatever period that was, I lost total interest, man. I would go to Sasha's channel and listen to her analogy of him. But doing it myself, it was like, holy shit, I can't even, hell, I'm still thinking about last week's one, man. You've done 10 more?
Well, he was dumping them. He already had a winner in 2017. and look, I say it's in his will, right? That February was it June 2017? And
Yeah.
August 25th, he did his last will and testament. His last will was August 25th, 2017.
2 months later?
2 months after, yeah. That's when I got it. You're not ready right away, right? But he had put the person's name in there then, if it was in his will, and then he said it was found, but I knew it was in his will, and so Jack couldn't be the finder because it's in his will. Nobody gets it till he's dead from my cold dead hands. I want all within the sound of my voice to listen and to heed what I have to say, especially you, Mr. Gore, from my cold dead hands. And then your effort will be worth the cold. Or listen all and hear me good. It's the same thing, telling people to listen. Listen what I have to say from my cold dead hands. And your effort will, in the will. The will is hidden in there on the top half of the poem. And the poem starts with as, the first stanza as, the last two stanzas start with so. He's just being funny because it's as above, so below, but in this case, it's as above, so below.
I always read the last stanza as him saying, hey, listen, you all, if you're cold enough to reach into my casket, I will give the gold, the gold is yours. If you're a cold enough person to reach in my casket when I'm dead and take it, I give you title to it. That's the way I read the last stanza.
Yeah, I didn't interpret it to the Moses thing until at the end because there are all these, like I said, there's this pile of airplanes, Thoth, Anubis, and other figures that are in his scrapbooks of father and son sitting in chairs facing each other. All these stories, and the teacher waking him up, sleeping on his desk. All these stories are on the canyon wall. Which of these is the blaze? And then it's like, it's got to be Moses because the whole poem was about Moses.
Well, okay, let's look at, if you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. That could be like, a solemn man looks down and like in praise and gratitude. You look quickly down, not like you're looking visually at a blaze and then you need to look quickly down and there's the chest. Your quest to cease. Well, if you look down, that's a humbled man. You've learned, you're godly or whatever, right?
If you've been wise and found the blaze, look quickly down. Your effort will. So listen all and hear me good. that you're looking down further in the poem.
Okay. So
Everybody's looking on the ground, and he wants you to look further down the poem. that if you found the blaze, I'm going to give you title to the gold.
Right.
If you didn't know
So
it
then
worked.
does that mean the blaze is the reason for the question? So why is it that I must go and leave my so the blaze is the answer to that question, maybe?
He done it tired, and I've done it tired and weak. Tired and weak is Tucker Ponds and Tucker Ponds campground, where the wood is just below there. But so tired and weak is just a hint to Tuckered. And his granddaughter's dog was named Tucker.
Okay.
And there's a scrapbook, one of the later ones, with a scrapbook with Willie the dog and Tucker. Tucker looks just like Willie.
Which brings up the picture that he did, I think, I forget when, but it was Willie that when he got the new dog after they named him and he was out in the snow. That was a weird picture, man. Remember all that?
Willie's in the cold. Willie's
Yeah,
out
he
in the
was like,
cold.
there was one set of footprints coming up and like no footprints
Was that
behind
when I
him, and
locked
people were,
myself out of the RV that he made that one?
huh?
Was that when I locked I went outside my RV and I shut the door, and the door went click, latch, and it was like 5 degrees outside.
That's when you came back on the same like 3 o'clock in the morning, looking all frantic, like I got to tell you guys what happened, man. And you told the story,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I had to break the window.
You could tell by the look on your face,
Yeah.
you were a bit distraught.
Yeah, and I didn't know that, my car was open, and I had an art portfolio in the car with my extra keys.
Oh shit! Really?
Look, when you're in a panic, you don't think.
It's an easy fix, man. There's a
Yeah,
window.
I
I
thought
can
those
replace
keys
it.
were inside here, but they were out I didn't know they were in the car, my art portfolio.
I always thought that picture was, and Willie, he didn't look like a happy dog, man. He looked looked like he just got woke up from a nice warm nap next to a fire and placed out in the cold, man. He didn't look happy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look up the date of that that scrapbook and when I locked myself out. And if he was saying Willie's out in the cold.
It might correspond because people was mentioning they see things in the back in that tree line.
Yeah.
And something about like the footsteps. The
Maybe
footsteps led. Willie was like in the middle of the footsteps.
Somebody in a banana costume.
Huh?
Somebody in a banana costume.
Hey, I'm having, as long as she mentions, when she stops mentioning me, I'm not the one who initiated. If she mentions me, I feel obligated and a moral obligation to answer her.
I was Willie Mammoth before she even started searching.
Yeah, she's a newbie, like 2018, right?
It amazes me the new people. Yeah, the new people that come in, they think we knew that years ago.
Well, I've made mention to it before, and Forrest has passed away, but I used to email him songs like at least 6 or 7, sometimes 9 a day, every day for like, I don't know if he ever blocked me, but when she came in saying, "Oh yeah, we used to joke and shit," I'm like, wow, I've never really, and he never answered me, but I sent him fucking tens of thousands of songs, man, tens of thousands.
Yeah.
At one point, I'll take that back. I got responses before. One of them was 3 straight days. Enough, please. That's all I got. And I was like, I'd show like, look, I got a response from Forrest. They were like, enough, please. Dad, why don't you leave that old man alone? Quit fucking with him. I'm like, hey man, if he got tired of me, he blocked me. the fact that he emailed back saying enough, I'm like, shit, he's still listening to me. If he gets tired of me, he'll block me.
Yeah. You know the thumb over Philadelphia?
Yeah.
Okay. And he says two can keep a secret if one of them's dead. Well, the original was Benjamin Franklin. He's from Philadelphia. He's a Philadelphia man. He said three may keep a secret if two of them are dead. I think you witnessed me telling Forrest that too.
Yeah.
And so it's Benjamin Franklin quote. And there's a Benjamin Franklin thumb portrait. It's Benjamin Franklin sitting there with his thumb under his chin, and he's holding one of Alexander's deeds. Well, Alexander's deeds ties to the Alexander's deeds were like scripture of Alexander, you know, his religion, his philosophy of religion and stuff. And he was there. There's a song, a beautiful life. That I can remember because there's the movie A Beautiful Mind, but the song is A Beautiful Life, and it comes from Alexander's deeds, and it's I must do a golden deed, and kind of pay it forward, pass it along, you know.
Right.
And Forrest Fenn, that's why I have that, you know, Fenn's golden deed, Forrest Fenn's golden deed, and he said he was taking it with him. It's got to be in his will. And I asked Jess Stoof, I said, how the hell did you get a hold of a dead man's chest before he was dead?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it goes back to him saying, I came up with this idea, blah, 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 but then I survived. So I thought, what the hell, man? I'm going to do this anyhow. Well, if his initial plan was, like you said, to die on it and we have to come and move his bones and, you know, actually rob his freaking grave, he thought, what, even though I haven't died, well, I'm going to invite someone to rob my grave. Right?
Yeah.
So he had so the premise is he has his grave spot picked out. All we got to do is find where he wants to die and take it before he dies, and he's there.
And nobody was gonna find it before he was dead because he was taking it with him, and he didn't have a grave to rob.
Well, he wasn't there. There goes the circle, the loop. If he's not there to die, okay.
He had to die, but he said he was taking it with him. And my solution, I had to go past the light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, the fact that we're sitting here talking about him now, and it's still a topic, a lot of people are discussing it. I mean, theoretically, he's still here. We're still talking about him, just like Shakespeare. We still talk about anyone we talk about from the past. We're actually, aren't we kind of bringing them back to life? They never left.
You're invoking their spirit. Yeah, just talking about them.
Exactly. So in essence, there's.
And how many people looked up the other Shakespeare stuff? Like Shakespeare's quote, let your indulgence set me free.
Shakespeare said a lot of profounding things that
when I told Forrest on May 27th, and he kept saying, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? Like he did with the, are you threatening me twice?
Right.
But he said, what do you want from me? What do you want from me? And then I saw Prince of Egypt, Moses saying to God, what do you want from me? And God says, set my people free. And I thought, oh, okay. What do you want? Let your indulgence set me free. Can it make more sense?
Nope.
He was playing his part. He was playing his part. He ain't gonna tell you that. He ain't gonna tell you the truth because I'm playing my part.
I think we all had a part to play in this. We all did.
It's like the movie The Game with Michael Douglas.
I love that movie.
They're playing a game on one guy. Forrest took it to another level. He played the game on 300,000 people.
I willingly joined along and played the game too.
And I
had a
think
hell
you
of a good time.
gotta have a movie script that combines it's a mad, 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 mad world with the game.
Right. Where there's danger involved. There's danger. There's wilderness.
Yeah. And then Jerry Reed wears that mildew hat when he's singing Amos Moses. And
yeah.
And Amos Moses had his arm caught alligators with one hand because the other was bit off. Forrest Fenn's Moses, the hand was broken off. He glued it back on. That's a broken blaze. That's the fake. The wooden Moses is the fake blaze. The real one is the one up there that Leo showed him. That he carved the perfect replica of that one. And I found that one.
In 2016, January, when I first became involved with this, and like early on in my research, in my area, the only thing that concerned me was grizzly bears. And the area, like, I tried to think, okay, I'll go when they're hibernating. Well, the problem was when I hibernate, shit, there's already fucking snow on the ground, man. And the bears was the only thing. I was paranoid as fuck, Bill. It was like shit. I had a feeling I got to go there. I got to go. But the bears was like, fuck. It was freaky. And when I finally made it there in March of 2016, it was beyond exhilarating because the fact that I was out in the middle of fucking nowhere with these creatures out there that could possibly eat me, it was the weirdest feeling I've ever had in my life. I've never felt more alive, but I've never felt more fucking scared in my life either.
Yeah. You didn't bring any salmon to throw home.
No food, man. The backpacks were like brand fucking new. I washed them like 3-4 times. There was 3 of us. We washed all our shit. No like perfume. We used the non perfume detergent, all of our clothes. I bought a carbine, a 16-inch barrel carbine, 45 caliber, a CP, 9 in the clip, and I bought 2 extra clips. Each of the people with me had 9mm. I think they had like 9 or 10 around. But we were locked and loaded, man. It was peaking, but it was the strangest feeling I've never felt like that in my life, man, ever.
Yeah. Yeah, my holster.
And at the same time, Bill, I got the exhilaration of wow, I think it's out there. Like I'm heading to the treasure. I got that on top of all the other shit. Yeah, it made me feel alive, man.
You know what made me feel that I could find the treasure? I was out one time searching. I had to cross what he call a rivulet, a tributary, small river. And when I got back to my car, I looked, and my gun wasn't in the holster.
Oh shit!
I was like, oh shit, where did it fall out? And I looked what I could, but there were a couple guys fishing. I told them I left my number in case they seen it, and I couldn't see it right. And I came back the next day, and went looking and stuff, and I found it right when I got where I crossed the river, and on the other side of the river from the road and all that. And right where I stepped in, I seen it under the water there. and it's good. But funny thing, the bullet still fired. And if I could find that black pistol that's this big in the river, I can find the treasure chest.
Right. You're lucky shit didn't hit the fan when you thought you still had it and reached
Yeah,
down and
yeah,
have to
I'm
grab
glad
it.
yeah, but those bullets still fire. I said, well, they were in the water for a day, so I better see if they were. And every one of them fired.
Well, you're talking your area, mountain lions. I'm sure you guys got mountain lions. You definitely
Yeah,
got black bears. You got
yeah.
rattlesnakes.
The sheriff said, carry a gun when you go out in the woods here, because I've seen 200-pound cats.
Yeah, I mean, there's shit out there will fuck you up.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I watched some of them when people with animals or when animals attack videos.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
that's a crazy
yeah.
show.
And watching the guy trying to pull a African lion off another guy, and the lion didn't care about the guy pulling on his mane, trying to pull him back. He wanted the guy he had on. That guy on the ground did something that pissed that lion off.
Yeah.
Because animals don't do that. You gotta, animals don't attack you for no reason,
Especially cats.
unless they're hungry.
Hungry or pissed off at you, like you
Yeah,
said.
there was a video of a guy on a trail, and the mountain lion came out. As long as the guy kept his eyes on the mountain lion, it didn't attack him. It knew he was watching him. They wanted to surprise you. Huh?
I watched a National Geographic on this like swampy area over in India where there's Bengal tigers, but they get honey there. They're like honey collectors. And they wear these, like the holiday mask like over there with the white like Hindu goddess type, and they wear them backwards on the back of their head because cats are notorious. I heard hikers are starting to do that in America, like out in California and different areas, wearing like either hats that have faces on the back or mask.
Yeah.
It helps eliminate because they're opportunistic. A cat's attack from the back. Those type of cats.
Yeah, if they know they know you're looking at them. Like my dog, if I look away, he doesn't see me. But he knows I'm watching him. He knows I'm looking at him.
It kind of puts them on pause, man. They kind of pause for a second.
Yeah.
So what kind you got? Was you carrying your 9mm? That's what gun you lost in the creek?
No, it was a 45
Well,
Glock.
I did the story I told you about what the guns I was buying. I was looking for the cheapest. I think I paid like $350 for it from a local company, High Point. It wasn't a plastic like that polymer whatever casing and all. It was cheap. I didn't plan on shooting it nonstop to heat it up, but I was looking for the biggest bang for my buck, and I figured 9 fucking shots. All I have to do. People are saying like Hunter's shooting the body, lungs, heart. He's coming at me. I'm going to shoot at his head. If I hit his head, just 1 out of 9 shots, I think even being scared or whatever, 3 of us shooting 30 some bullets, and we all aim at the head, we're bound to. My theory was we're bound to drop him. I think we got even a 45. I think will bring down a grizzly if you hit him in the head.
Lucky Diggers wanted to know if I said the Kodaks had something to do with the chase. Yeah, it's in the will. The treasure comes with the house. All the other artifacts going out to museums and other collectors and things, but the guy that ended in the Kodaks, the guy that ended up with the treasure also got the mansion with nothing there but the pipe. He was walking around, the neighbors went, "Who's that guy smoking the pipe?" And it was in the book, the guy's illegitimate son, his brother from another mother.
I could see Forrest following that same thought. I could see Forrest throwing Preston a bone, saying, "Yeah, man, go ahead." And not saying Preston knew everything, but Preston came up with a story similar with his own twists and turns. Like you said, he likes to push his characters to the edge. So I'm sure the premise of him, but he just pushed him a little farther. I could see that. It benefits Forrest and the thrill of the chase and the cause he's doing, and it benefits Preston, the writer. So I could see that.
Books.
Yeah, I could buy into. I would believe that. It makes sense. They did each other a favor, right?
Yeah, and I cheated. I paid for the audio copy and listened. I can't get into reading fiction. Books I read are true stories, or I got a book like this, the book of the stick. Oh, the story of the stick.
How old is that? And who's the author?
This is 1875. By Anthony Real. The real Anthony. But and what's the first stick in the book?
Is it
Adam's
about this? Is it about disciplining your children?
Adam's stick. No, the stick represents power.
Okay.
If you were say you're out there hiking in the woods, right? And you ain't got a stick, and a mountain lion comes, you're fucked. If you got a stick, you can hit him with it. You can stab him with it. Whatever, you can make a club out of it. You know, the caveman with the club. 2001: A Space Odyssey, and the model, and the monkeys with the stick, and he goes and hits the other monkey over the head. I'm more powerful. The stick made me powerful. And look at my video of finding the Buffalo Cowboy car. And look at my videos, my intro outro video, and count how many times you see that stick. I think I was already playing the part.
I think I mentioned it to you before. Of course, it was in chat, but that one where you had that Spanish band that did that song when you did your entry, and you had like your drone videos.
Yeah.
There's a picture of you and Forrest, or there's a live shot of you and, or no, still shot of you and Forrest at February 2017. I'm like right over your guys' shoulders sitting on that ledge. Every time when I first saw you put that intro up, where I watched your video, I'm like, oh shit, fuck. I called my kids over. I'm like, check it out, man. I'm right here. Look at that. There I am.
Yeah, that band, they did that music, and I asked them, can I use that in my videos? Sure. And I told them, if I get the treasure, I'm going to have you come over and play at my party.
That was reminded me like Spanish Inquisition type music, like you're in some hallowed ground type place, Yeah, don't sneeze, don't move.
The band is in Barcelona. And I don't know how things are going there right now. I know they were having trouble a year ago.
Through COVID?
No, chaos, revolution.
Oh.
Trying to break away from Spain. It's that Catalonia thing. That part of Spain that wanted to break away from the rest of Spain because of the globalists taking over the world.
Huh.
Yeah, my brother
going around in countries, man.
I think my brother has bought 5 million dinar and it was like cheap as dirt. But apparently, when the central banks go away, when they get rid of these central banks that have us under central bank slavery, when they go away, then these other countries, their money's going to be good again, and then 5 million, it might be worth $5 million.
That'd be sweet.
If you buy, like, get Vietnamese money, or Iraqi money, things that aren't worth shit right now. But when the central banks go away, it's going to be worse shit.
I heard there's only, I think, one country, one, possibly two, that the central banks do not have a footing in. And I think it was North Korea and Iran. And someone was saying, I heard recently, like Iran is off the only place left is North Korea. So I don't know. Yeah.
And they went and killed Gaddafi because he was going to start minting his own money with all the gold they had.
Yeah.
And they took his gold and
well, if you look at the Middle East with oil, Saudi Arabia is pretty much the voice of they're the strongest, they're the richest, I'm assuming. And they have their allies, but they call the shots over there, and countries like us we're in bed with each other, whether we like it or not, for whatever reason.
yeah.
So we're definitely going to stick up for their best interests in that reason, man. I always found it interesting, Bill, that remember back when I think Carter was in, when they had the gas lines and the rationing, and OPEC was like stopped production and all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, my oldest brother worked in the oil fields, man, and he worked it for like 20 some years. He said practically every company he would work for, and he worked for several of the big ones, they would go in, drill, hit oil, and cap it, go to another spot. And he said they weren't producing the oil, man. A few of they would keep their 20, 30 rigs going, but all the new exploratory ones, when they hit it, they would just cap it. And him and I would get to talking. I think, shit, if America is the number one consumer of oil from Saudi Arabia. If we use all their oil, yeah, sure, they're going to be rich, but now we have all the fucking oil because we got all these oils tapped. Now we're the motherfuckers you got. Yeah. Now
blow them up. Leave them with
none.
Think
about it. Now we have a country that's been dictating us because of their oil. Now they have none, but they got a lot of fucking money. So guess what? We're going to get all that money back, probably with interest, if it all plays out long enough. It makes sense.
You know what's going to happen to the gas prices if Biden gets in?
I think isn't it standard that gas prices go down when a new president comes in?
Well,
depending on the president, then.
I think the real big money knows that Biden's not going to be there because the stocks aren't showing anything like that. And I think the central banks are going to go down pretty quickly here because they've already been starting a backup economy while this one's like when they switched to central banks, they had to wean off it, you know, so they weaned into getting ready. So it's all ready for them to go down. And they're not going to have the printing press anymore, making money to pay this country or that country to do this to that country and pay this politician and all. It's going to have to be real money that's not going to be that easy. You know, they're taking away the printing press and taking away their keys.
Well, what is there an economic secretary? Isn't there in the cabinet an economic secretary?
I don't know. They probably get new everything. He's getting a new vice president.
I would imagine whoever Wall Street has to be watching his cabinet, who he's picking his cabinet, who he's picking as, you know, what's his track record on foreign affairs, you know, blah blah.
Well, he's tested a lot of people. I think some people that might get in his cabinet are people that voted to challenge the Arizona vote.
That would be interesting. I'll agree. He is fucking old, man, and that bothers me. And is he like loopy head and old? Yeah, he
He's
is.
12 years older than me. He's 74.
I thought he was in his 80s.
No, oh, you talking about Biden?
Yeah, isn't Biden
Yeah,
like in his
Biden's
80s?
old. Yeah, he's up there. Yeah, so well,
It
he wasn't
scares
very
me.
long finished anyhow. He wanted to get in and resign and hand it to Kamala.
Well, that was my next thing I was going to mention. It scares me that he's absent-minded, he's old, but I have confidence that she's pretty young and feisty and seems intelligent, man.
Has anybody interviewed Corn Pop?
Who?
Corn Pop,
Who's that?
the guy at the pool that pulled out the knife on him. Corn Pop, he was a bad dude. Yeah, he went up to challenge Corn Pop or something. I'd like to see that fight where he said he beat the hell out of Trump. Trump wants to see the fight too. I'd like to see him fight. That would be a good show.
A couple old men, a couple old men swinging on each other.
Yeah.
There was a viral video go around out of Russia a few years ago, and it had a couple, and they looked old and drunk, like vodka drunk, old. They were probably in their 80s, and they just stood toe to toe for a minute, swinging at air until they got tired. It maybe lasted a minute, and then they were hugging and chugging on a bottle of vodka.
Remember they used to show us the Russian women were all these big ox drivers, you know?
Hairy as shit, hairier than you.
Yeah. And now you see all the babes in Ukraine?
Hell, there's websites, man. Hell, isn't that where Trump got his wife?
No, she's from where they had the Herzegovina and the place across the water from Italy. Slovenia or something.
Oh, okay.
She's from over that area. I can't remember the names of the countries there.
I agree with you, man. Russian women are hot looking.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a girl in Ukraine that shows these. You can buy this house in Ukraine for $3,000.
Buy a whole house?
Yeah. There's no bathroom. The bathroom's outside. You know, probably no plumb. You know, but with your American money, you can drill a well and get a pump.
So
Build
buy
a
it as a
bathroom.
vacation, as a vacation home.
Well, she shows these houses and talks about, you know, what kind of women you want to avoid when you do an online dating and stuff. And a lot of them are over there. They're just taking in money from
Right.
guys that go, "Hey, maybe someday." But yeah, some of them are just a racket taking your money. I guess my brother went over there and he wrecked the girl's car.
Well, you can't blame them, man. You can't. I mean, you can't blame them.
I don't like riding in with him driving either.
Hell, if I was a young, attractive female in a hostile country, I'd be wanting to marry some fucking American too, man. Get me the fuck out of here.
Yeah. Yeah, I wrote to some girl over there in Kyrgyzstan, or where they launched the rockets, you know, where the Soyuz take off from. But that went nowhere. You'd send a letter and it's like a month and a half to get there.
Was it broken English? Was the response broken English?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I I think we talked on the we talked to her on the phone one time over the internet, I think, in the 90s. That was good technology in the late 90s to talk over the internet. I worked at IBM in 1989. 88, 80 or 89, yeah. I worked at IBM CAD, testing IBM CAD software. And I saw something about there was a question I missed a second ago here. Leggy Digger again. Didn't man entomb himself? He had the villagers entomb him, but they in the codex, the guy had the villagers entomb him, and they put him in there with some food and water, and they left him in there alive. And he'd run out of food and water when his kids had come and opened the tomb back up, and he finally saw the light. And while he was in there in the dark, naked, trying to find something to eat, he found God. And this is the same storyline that I say Forrest Fenn. When he was down on the jungle floor, he found God.
Remember the Eli scrapbook 203, where he said he was Eli was a Bohemian Jew from New York, and he was a recovering Baptist from Texas. Remember that recovering Baptist statement? And supposedly the article was wrote in it was a book review from the 80s. Was it 80s, 90s? A book review?
A recovering or what do they call them? Reform.
Right. That's what you would expected him to say. I'm a Reformed Baptist, but he said recovering Baptist.
Because there's Reformed Jews.
Right. Right. In other words, I got the impression he was referring to Eli as a Reformed Jew, a Bohemian, and but he didn't use the word reformed, he used recovering.
Yeah.
Which is that's the same thing, isn't it? Recovering and reform.
Yeah.
That's close.
My family, we never went to church. The only church I had that we had, it was when I was 11 or 12, and I joined the Boy Scouts, and our Boy Scout troop met at the Mormon church on a Wednesday. It wasn't Sunday, and before our Boy Scout meeting, they had a short service, and I would lip sync. I'd pretend. but they were getting into writing speeches and doing public speaking, and so good stuff, good lessons and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and I think my Boy Scout troop was 933, right? And then when I joined the Navy and went to boot camp, I was in company 933. I'm like, and there's a 369, you know?
Right. Well, I used to carry, I have a tattoo on my shoulder with an anchor in the U.S. Navy. I was in company 333. That's where I picked up. I used to have Street Scenes 333. That's where the 333, that was my boot camp company, man.
Yeah.
And I got it tattooed on. I'll carry that for life. It's memorable. That's ironic that you came across the same match. I see it all the time. The clocks, I see license plates. I see it everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, I
And
see.
I believe everything happens for a reason. So it was a reason you were in that company, that number.
Yeah, yeah. And I think that might be how many days I was in too. I had a problem. They didn't give me my advanced electronics data system school that I was promised. They tried sending me to gunner's mate, and I said, double blazes.
So how long were you in total? Like almost 3 years?
No, not even, almost a year.
I signed a 4-year contract, did boot camp, lived a year and a half. I did 2.5 years, and a year and a half of it was in the Philippines. I was stationed in the Philippines, and the other year was boot camp in school. So I can't complain. I got out in 2.5 years with an
I
honorable
think
discharge.
I missed being Vietnam era by 1 year.
You're a lucky man. Very lucky.
It ended a year before I went in. I went in right out of high school, and I wasn't ready for that.
No, nobody was, man. Nobody was.
They say they wake you up beating on trash cans,
Yeah.
scare the shit out of you.
I went in November to Chicago. Of course, Windy City, never been to Chicago. Damn, that you talk, it'd be like 50-mile-per-hour winds coming in off the lake, 20 below zero, and they do the white hats, collars down, no gloves. I'd be like, what the fuck, guys? You trying to kill me?
Yeah.
And I think the first night we got off the bus, the group of us, and we didn't sleep. It was paperwork, getting our shit, getting yelled at. We didn't sleep at all, man, the first fucking day. Didn't at all. And then like maybe 2 hours in that, man, it was right into the brainwash, and it was deep and fast, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I that's where I got out of the Navy at Great Lakes.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that place was fucked up, man, in November. Cold as shit.
7 days hard labor, 7 days extra duty, and process for discharge. Okay.
You know how they had all the I think they were 3-story buildings, and they were there was, man, dozens of them. Remember the parking lots where everybody would assemble and take off and come back, and what they call it, dismiss, where you go single line, and you march to the parking lot, go single line into the barracks. We talked our drill sergeant. We talked our drill sergeant every time we would, like, whatever they call it, where you like, hell, I don't know what they call it. You march into the parking lot and then single line march into the barracks.
Yeah.
We did
Nut to butt. Nut to butt.
Well, we used to do the Wizard of Oz with the guards. We do the O-E-O, yo-o, and we'd all march in single file doing that song.
In San Diego, we'd be running on one side of the fence in shorts, t-shirt, tennis shoes, and the Marines in full combat gear, boots, backpacks, running on the other side of the fence.
And people wonder why they don't like us.
They said in the bathroom stall, just gave birth to 9 healthy Marines, made 9 new Marine ID cards. That's bad, huh?
Well, the Navy and Marines are notorious for despising each other, but if shit hits the fan in a bar, they'll group together and fuck someone up real quick.
Yeah. When they got the Air Force.
You put the Air Force and Army on the other side, I guarantee the Marines and the Navy would group together and fuck them up.
Yeah. So I watched a video earlier today, and the Marines were there. There was a platoon or a company of Marines marching past the Capitol building.
Really?
Yes.
Active ones, or like people that had their uniforms and came out and doing an active unit?
remember when Trump said that he called the National Guard out to stop this intrusion?
Right.
That's an insurrection. He declared an insurrection, and that's why the DC mayor didn't call the National Guard, and Trump called the National Guard in. He initiated. He was required by law to declare an insurrection or intrusion, and that started the Insurrection Act. And so there's, I think, 60,000 troops he's pulling in there.
Holy shit.
They're not doing small time stuff. If you don't listen to what the other side's talking about, you don't know what's going to hit you. You got to know your enemies.
They're everywhere, Bill. They're
If you
everywhere.
want to beat them, you got to know what they're up to.
It's going to be interesting to see if they have a regular, normal inauguration on the Capitol steps and the parade, or if they just do it like isolated.
I think
If they do it,
there may be a new election that's run by the Army too.
that would be.
No, whatever, no voting machines from Venezuela.
You do it by your blood. They cut your finger and put your DNA on a piece of paper, and it better be fresh DNA.
It looks like Lucky Digger used a key word that got flagged, but it's okay. I'm not gonna. My stepson learned to be an ass kisser at the Great Lakes. Well, yeah. The word ass. The word ass is a flagged word.
You got flag words on your thing?
Yeah, I got flag words. You can't say ass, idiot, stupid. It automatically gets tagged.
Really?
So everybody else is going to see it when I hit show. Boom. There.
I saw that, and I've always saw that in the settings. And I'm like, fuck it, man. Let's just go hell bent, man. You say whatever the fuck you want to say.
No. You can't say retard in my chat. Things like that. Yeah. No insults. That's why I get very few of them.
I got mine open, man. It's like balls to the walls. People could say they can.
Daddy says Mike Pence is a hero. Mike Pence, his job home, he's on the unemployment now.
Wasn't Kurt Gowdy the name of ABC Wide World of Sports commentator? Kurt Gowdy here.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it's that Kurt Gowdy. And Kurt Gowdy's a state park up in Wyoming between Cheyenne and Rawlings.
Oh.
And you hear Susie talking about Guernsey, Wyoming?
Right.
In 1970, 74, maybe, we went on vacation. I can't remember what year. But we were on vacation and we were going through Guernsey, Wyoming, and we stopped at Gorman Chevrolet and talked to the owner. The Chevy dealer is Gorman Chevrolet in Guernsey.
So did the Guernsey Association come from Bessie, the cow, a Guernsey cow?
I don't know, but in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, there's a giant Guernsey cow that's from the Gorman Dairy. and I have milk bottles. I have a milk crate and a milk bottle and caps from the Gorman Dairy in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Those are my cousins.
Well, where I grew up in Ohio, they had Borden home delivery, and their cow was Elsie. I don't think it was Bessie, it was the Elsie, but Elsie. It was a Guernsey. Yeah, Elsie the cow.
Yeah. Yeah, we had Edelweiss, the Edelweiss dairy, and with the cow on it, and I think it was the same cow with the what is that flower? The daffodil,
Like a
not daisy, no, the yellow ones in your yard.
yeah, with the petals coming straight out with the face in the middle.
Yeah.
That was Borden's, man. Yeah.
Yeah. That's our Edelweiss. It might have got bought by Borden's. I don't know, but it was the same. It was always the cow with the flower petals around its head.
Yeah.
I remember them in elementary school.
That used to be cool. The glass bottles, they would deliver it to your house. That was cool. Ice cream and stuff.
My buddy's at the door. Jack's back from trying to get laid. He's going to be tired.
Had a hot Saturday night or Sunday night.
Come on. His rope's about this long now. It was 75 feet. I'll be right back. You take over for a minute, Jeff.
Got it. Kirk Gowdy has an honorary post office in Greenwater, Wyoming. Was Kirk Gowdy, wasn't he like an athlete or something before he became a commentator? Football, maybe? Is it Kirk Gowdy's voice that does the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat off of Wide World of Sports? Was that Kirk Gowdy's voice? I think so. There's going to be a bombing at the inauguration, according to a book written in the 1900s. I believe the book is called Adventures of the Little Baron Trump. That's interesting.
I'll tell you something interesting. My dad used to tell me about the Navy ships. Back, I guess, in the 50s, the Navy ship, the bathroom was a row of toilet seats and with a trough under them, and the water would come in the front end and run right through there underneath all these toilet seats and out the back of the boat, right? Well, the guy at the head end would take a wad of toilet paper and light it on fire and throw it down there. It would pop up as the fire come by.
Is that where they got the hot? It's a hot seat.
Maybe where the hot seat came from. I don't know.
Well, they used to dump until pretty recently, probably the 80s. They used to dump all their trash and all their sewage straight off the fucking boat, man. All these ships did.
Yeah, Lucky Digger says that Kirk Gowdy's probably dead.
Well, I asked him, remember the Wide World of Sports, the guy's voice that say the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat with that guy going down the ski slope? Wasn't that Kirk Gowdy's voice?
Yeah. The guy hits the end of the ski jump ramp.
Yeah.
Yeah. That might have been him. Yeah. And they had Howard Cosell.
Nope. So Lucky Digger just said Jim McKay.
Jim McKay.
Yeah, okay. He was the dark-haired dude, kind of short, dark-haired. Oh,
yeah.
Kirk Gowdy was like stocky, like a football player or a wrestler type, man. Like he played sports before that.
Yeah. Yeah, I met Jim Odo, George Blanda, and Jerry Brown. You know who Jerry Brown was? I think
Jerry
he had
Brown?
him before LaMonica.
Wasn't he the governor of? He ran for president, didn't he? And he dated. Was he the
No,
one who
no,
dated
another,
Linda Ronstadt?
no, a different Jerry Brown. The football player
Okay.
Jerry Brown was black. The governor was white.
Okay.
Yeah, I met the football player one. 3 of the Raiders. Jim Oda was the center, 00. And he had 00 Liquors in Union City, is near my hometown. Yeah, you know.
Huh.
I was the last white man born in Oakland.
Well, you got that going for you, Bill.
No, wait, that unless Tom Hanks is younger than me by a month or so. Yeah. Place I was born is a BART station now. Bay Area Rapid Transit. Oakland Civic Center BART station. That used to be Oakland Civic Center Hospital.
One of my oldest brother was born. It was a hospital when he was born, and shortly within years after he was born in the 50s, yeah, early 50s, it turned to a police station. I always thought it was ironic because you drive past it, it was a police station. Like, yeah, that's where I was born. Like, damn. Born behind bars.
Jack, you look like you got in a dogfight or something.
Do the coyotes fuck? Do the coyotes fuck with him because he's a male, or do they just let him ride?
They don't really. They've come by and they don't get close to him. I think they smell that he's, you know, urinating and pooping around here, and they kind of go around, but they're about the same size.
Yeah. Well, if they travel in a pack, they can be vicious little fuckers, man.
Yeah.
And if they look at him like a threat, well, if they look at him as a threat, like he's in their territory, but apparently the way it sounds, man, they've accepted him and letting him have his little space.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see some blue-eyed coyotes.
Might get one of the female dog's brothers come down, man. Rough him up, man. What are you doing with my sister, motherfucker?
Yeah, people are telling you gotta watch out. The coyotes will get a female in heat to lure your dog out where the rest of them will get them. And when they come by, he stays real close here.
Yeah, he ain't
done.
done.
They don't come that close, but I've heard him close lately because I got him inside because the other dog's in heat, and they're coming because the other dog's in heat. It'd be funny looking. The dogs in heat are Labradors.
Black labs?
Yeah, I think they're black lab. I haven't seen them because they've been inside the house. And I don't know if they're home or if they left and the scent of the dogs is still there or what. What's going on?
My oldest brother lived in Texas for a while. He had he found it. It was on his property, man. It was a half shepherd maybe and half wolf. And with adults, it did not like adults, man, but children, children could ride on it, grab on it, it wouldn't do anything. But adults around, he had to cage it up. But even when I visited, he had to cage. I mean, I was paranoid as fuck. But my kids, here's my 5-year-old fucking hanging on it, man. And it's like I'm paranoid as hell, thinking, shit, man, it could fuck her up, and I can't do shit, man. It'd kill me if I come after him. And my brother kept telling me, don't worry, man. For some reason, he's cool with children.
Yeah, my last dog was like an Arctic wolf. or he was wolf and something else, but he was white wolf. That's why I call him Wabi Lobo. Wabi's white.
Was he a bit unhinged and tense all the time, or was he like just a
No,
normal mellow dog?
he was a real good dog. He was a real good dog. And one time I lived on Highway 101 in Gardner, Oregon. Gardiner. The first house in the town was built from his shipwreck.
Well,
So
we
you want
landed,
to
break the ship up.
Huh?
I said, well, we landed here, break the shit up. We need a house now.
Well, yeah, his ship is still there. And I had my first drone I had. First time I went to fly it, came up about 6 feet. It tilted and out across the river. I'm like, it wouldn't stop. I couldn't, it wouldn't do anything for me. And once it's over the water, you can't abort. So I just watched what way it went. And so I'm in Gardner and I go out to the island looking for my drone. And about 20 feet from where I found the drone, I see this nose sticking out of the grass, and it's like a tiki head, log tiki part from a big tree thing. It's like 3.5, 4 feet tall and 2 feet across. Big tiki head I found, and I came back out with some rope and stuff and rolled it over to into the water and towed it back home. And I've got it at a friend's place out in California.
Well,
I'll probably never see it again because he hates Trump. And he's not going to like what happens here soon.
well,
There's
I
one
don't
thing.
hate him. I dislike him. I don't hate him. I disagree with him and dislike him.
Yeah. They what was I going to say? I can't remember, so I might as well forget it.
It happens all the time. I'll get ready to say something and forget what the fuck I was going to say.
Yeah.
Lucky Digger says, ask you something, man. Bill Gorman, so what do you think is going on at Oak Island? Nolan's Cross, they said, points back to the Dome of the Rock.
They got to go to Israel then. But there's stuff in Shakespeare's stuff that points to that's Oak Island, and so these Templars knew something about it. Or it's just that you can make these alignments in multiple places.
What sold me beyond a shadow of doubt, there's something there that's extremely important, and someone took a lot of care to put it there, was those inlets with the coconut in the, what is it, like the little harbor there, the swamp area, they found all that coconut husk, and those, like, where they dig down so far and it's a water trap, that's where the water's coming in at. So they built this intricate tunnel system of water to transfer water with booby traps. That means and all that corn husk, they spend a lot of fucking time there trying to hide something, man. Something's there.
But what if all that was built when the sea level was 200 feet lower?
Well, it looks like an elephant. When I first started looking at that show, it looks like an elephant island. and like the money pit is up by the brains, and it reminded me, an elephant never forgets. What if you go around to its ass side and maybe like swim underneath water, and maybe there's like an opening that they covered that goes into these tunnels? All that other shit by its head is just bullshit to trick people. Wonder if it's something. I kept going for some reason, man. Yeah, an elephant never forgets, but has anybody searched and close to its ass, where its ass would be, is really close to the mainland. So they could bring a ship in there and not, no one would, it'd hide the view from the land, and only the people on the island would see them going underneath water carrying it.
There was another pond area that they used the Shakespeare stuff, and they've gone out there and found some metal plate or something in
Yeah,
this.
the swamp areas they drained, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the timbers and all they dated.
You know, they found wagon wheels in coal underneath West Virginia or whatever that is 500 million years old. They find a wagon wheel down there. Oh, you never saw it? Never happened. Cover it up. Like the feet print with the dinosaur tracks, the human tracks right alongside. And somebody doesn't want anybody to know, so they go and destroy it.
Well, just with Oak Island, they have evidence it's been visited and talked about by a long time. They found what? How far back of artifacts have they found it? Like Roman era type stuff?
Oh, I think they put some of that stuff in there.
Well, there's got to be something there, man. If whoever spent that much time and effort doing all the work they did there with like making the man-made lagoon or whatever, the swamp area, doing something's got to be there.
Maybe the show was going to get canceled, and so the guy went and threw his shit in there.
Well, it's just like all those shows, Josh Gates, all the shows. Do they actually find anything? Like Bigfoot shows, do they actually find them? I mean, none of them really find anything. It's interesting to watch them look, but hardly any of these shows find anything.
Yeah, I sent an archaeologist email today, and he'll probably won't reply. Yeah, I send pictures of Thoth and Anubis and stuff, and everybody wants to see the Egyptian stuff in the Grand Canyon. Nobody's ever seen it. I got Egyptian stuff. I'll show it to you. Nobody wants to see it.
It doesn't go with what they believe, Bill.
Yeah.
It doesn't go with what they were taught in college.
Well, give me the coordinates and I'll go look at it. I say, screw you. I'll show you where it is. I'm not going to tell you where it is so you can go, look what I found, And because he's got better press coverage, he steals my discovery from me, The stuff I found, it's from Atlantis. And these are Thoth and Anubis from the Ice Age. It's a big deal. This isn't Hopi, or it's way back 12,000 years when they had elephants. And that's what Plato said, that Atlantis had lots of elephants and plenty of grasses to feed them all. But they were Columbian mammoths, not elephants.
Beast of burden. They did their heavy lifting and stuff.
Yeah. And when they said they were hunting the mammoth, well, imagine, okay, you're on you got 5 guys on this mammoth, and it's got a big old rack on it, because I've seen the rock formations, and they show the elephant with the pack on its back, and so I know that they had these packs on, and it's like out of the movies, Alexander, where they're riding the elephants and stuff, and so they're hunting these buffalo back then were 2 or 3 times the size of the buffalo we have now, with bigger horns and all that stuff. Okay, so you're going out hunting buffalo from the back of a mammoth because it's safe up there, and you can get 5 guys on there. The atlatls, spearing so you're in a chase with the mammoth chasing up this prehistoric buffalo, and and the buffalo gores the mammoth and kills the mammoth. So they end up eating the elephant. They weren't hunting the elephants; they were hunting with them, and I think occasionally the elephants got killed in the hunt.
Or as a celebration. So,
Yeah.
hell,
Well, I have
cowboys,
this one
cowboys used to
formation.
eat their horses, didn't they?
I called this one formation the Mammoth Parade. Well, all the images I see of the people with the elephants, they're all hugging the elephants, and you know, like even Moses, he's standing on the head of a mammoth, parting the Rocky Mountains near the Continental Divide. That's the meeting place of the lords of the horizons of the east and west, Continental Divide, where the two horizons come together.
Is that Warm Waters Halt to you?
Warm Waters Halt, 1,000 feet down at the bottom of Pagosa Hot Springs, the world's deepest hot springs.
That's right. After I asked the question, I remembered that now.
Yeah, and for me, where Warm Waters halts, it is when I was 4 years old in the shower with my brother. The shower felt too warm for you know, and I was only 4, and I thought I was gonna turn the cold water up, and I turned the cold water off, and so hot water's coming out, spraying on my back, and I kept slipping and couldn't get out of the tub. And the water kept spraying on my back. All the skin come off my back. My mother pulled me out of the water, just like Moses, drawn from the water, and the warm water halted.
Damn.
So this whole poem was about my life. Begin it where, and really, I was like 4, and the shock, I'll never forget that. It shocked me into you know, gave me self-awareness. So, you know,
There's shit that will fuck me up in this world. That's what it gave you. Oh shit.
Yeah, all my back. The doctor said I was lucky I pinched my cheeks, or it would have burned my asshole. And so my whole back was a scat from my neck past my ass. All the skin came off in one sheet.
Damn.
And was laying it. My mother said it was laying. I wish she would have saved it and dried it. So I had some canvas to paint on. It's my skin. It's been small, yeah, 4-year-old.
And the lesson you learned,
I thought about that later on, you know.
What was the lesson? What was the lesson you learned in that, Bill?
Well, I think I got PTSD from it.
Traumatized by water, hot water, and showers.
Yeah, anytime the temperature of the water changes in the shower, get me out of here. Jump aside. You know, hot water. Yeah, it's scary to me when it turns suddenly hot. It brings that back.
Well, if you were so young at 4 and you still remember it and it still invokes the fear and all that, yeah, it made an impact on your life, man. A strong impact.
Yeah, and who knew I was going to be searching for a treasure? The first clue was where warm water halts. But the other thing that says Pagosa is mildew. He got it from a creek, right? And mildew smells bad. Pagosa means smells bad. So Pagosa Hot Springs, it means smells bad hot springs. And then they got the mildew story and the story about the skunks. He's trying to tell you about something that smells bad.
Mildew doesn't grow in sulfated water, does it?
I don't know. It stinks. The springs stink.
Is it because of the sulfate content in it?
Yeah, it's because of the sulfur and stuff in the it's volcanic. And they dropped a 1,000-foot line down in there, and it didn't hit bottom.
Well, I remember Forrest saying something about it's wet, but it's mildew resistant or something to that effect. I don't think mildew grows in sulfated water because a lot of people are going towards the alkaline level.
It's a different bad smell.
Yeah.
I just watched a video about making matchstick rockets. And because when I was a kid, we used to make these little match head rockets with aluminum foil. We'd wrap the foil around a pencil to get, and then we'd fill it with match heads and pinch the end and launched them up off a stick, you know. But this guy, he makes them with like coat hanger wire and these little tiny ones with a thing, and he could shoot with one match head, shoot at 60 feet.
Damn. I watched one on YouTube, and the guy used wooden matches, like the long kitchen matches, or what they call fireproof kitchen ones, and he just kept rounding them and piling them up into a pile high and round. And fuck, it was like a bomb going off when he lit that thing. It lit up the whole fucking sky, man.
Yeah, sulfur. You mix sulfur with charcoal, and you got gunpowder.
Yeah,
or rocket fuel. Yeah, we better. It's fucking late here. Yeah. I got to make a trip to Santa Fe with my drone and look for skylights.
Just act inconspicuous, like you don't know what. That ain't my drone. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, these ones I got are pretty good. I grabbed one. One more blade out of there. I got them hanging on. Yeah, I got these dusty. It needs dusted off.
That's got the camera on the bottom.
It's right there.
Oh, in the front. Okay.
Yeah, it's fixed, and so it gets a little shake, but it's pretty. I think they're 1080 or 720 at least. But I use it to fly across. I get it and you fly it sideways across the rock wall, and so I get the whole thing.
Right.
And one time it was drifting over, and it's like, I lost control of it, and it was just high enough, and it skimmed over the top of the hill and probably came with like a foot of inches of hitting the ground and crashing, and I would have it would have taken me 40 minutes to get up there and back. So you don't want to have to go chase your drone, and you're in the mountains. It drops, you might as well forget about it.
Mine's so little and light that they say any wind will affect it, man. I mean, it's like fair weather only.
You can fly it inside. Yeah, I got these 3-bladed. Yeah, the battery comes in here, and you pull the. It's in there. Hook it all up, and I got 6 batteries and 2 drones. So my other one's white with green props. Oh, and I got marshmallows and Ghirardelli semi-sweet, and I'm gonna make a batch of fudge again.
Didn't you make some weed fudge not too long ago?
Yeah, I put Keith in it from the bottom of my grinder tray, my Cheech and Chong grinder, my Tommy Chong grinder.
I used to have a connection that I'd get butter, blocks of butter that was whatever they infuse it with THC, and it, like I do like those. I think it's Betty Crocker would come with those cookie packages where you just add an egg and butter. I'd put one of those in and wouldn't tell people, and like invite them over. Here, man, eat some cookies.
Yeah.
And like 30, 45 minutes there, they'd be like, wow, man, you put something in those cookies? I don't think so. I don't think I. But the butter was he was like an amateur doing it. The butter would be green, man. The butter sticks when he like formed it into butter after liquefying it, it'd be like a
Yeah.
green tint to it. And when you open it, it smells like weed, man. It smells strong weed.
Yeah.
But once you baked them, unless you really stuck it underneath your nose and didn't pay attention, no one ever caught it. But as soon as you tell them, yeah, that's a weed cookie, they'd smell it like, oh shit, I can smell it.
Yeah. Yeah. A friend of mine gave me a cube of marijuana butter. It was like an ice cube. He makes them in ice cube trays. and I made hot chocolate. I like to put butter in my hot chocolate. So I decided to put this, and I guess it was because I did the whole cube, and I felt pretty good that night. And when I got up in the morning, I went to get at it. I went to stand up, and I couldn't stand up. Well, my legs aren't working yet.
It is a pretty deep, intense body buzz when you eat it.
Yeah. It's like your legs are drifted out from under you.
Yeah.
And that's real good for having neuropathy in your feet, and
Anything to mellow the pain out of the body. Arthritis, rheumatoid, back problems.
yeah. I might take some of my old batch and make some butter with that before I make my fudge. But I got a new batch. It's called Chocolate.
What's it called?
Chocolate. Yeah, chocolate flavored pot.
Did you get that at the dispensary?
Yeah, at the organic store over in Walsenburg.
What type of a mixture was it? Like 85, 15, or like 65% indica?
21%. And their computer was down, so I got a handwritten label. Chocolate, Colorado Chocolate. And the other one was Hefferano Redbud. I went over to my parrot, is at the taxidermist. So when I went over to the hill for that, I went down to the taxidermist and finished paying for the taxidermy on my parrot.
So now he's just working on it.
He's eating. And his furs. He looks like he tangled with another dog. Either that or it's snowing. And it wasn't supposed to. It's not. It was supposed to snow yesterday, not today. And it didn't snow yesterday. Still got snow from 2 weeks ago melting. It's so cold it hadn't been melting fast. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was hitchhiking one time here in Colorado. My car broke down, and guy that gave me a ride had John Hinckley's old mailbox.
He went and took it.
No, guy. I was hitchhiking. Guy gave me a ride hitchhiking, and he was telling me the story of how he got John Hinckley's old mailbox, PO box. He got John Hinckley's PO,
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
and he'd get mail for John Hinckley.
I bet you get some pretty fucked up mail.
Yeah. John Hinckley had a crush on Jodie Foster.
Yeah, he's the one who killed John Lennon, ain't he?
No, he's the one that shot Reagan.
Oh, okay. Well, they're both
Yeah.
fucked up people, but okay, Hinckley.
And I think he shot Reagan the day before my birthday. Which was technically my birthday because that's the day I was supposed to be born. And I was held back an extra day so I'd be born on my mother's birthday.
So, what was the name of the guy who shot John Lennon?
I don't know. We're supposed to forget his name.
Hell, I'm so old and memory wise. I thought it was Hinckley.
Yeah, Hinckley was the one that shot Reagan. Let me see. Shooter. David Chapman. Mark David Chapman.
Chapman.
Yeah. Don't think he was where was he from though? I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I don't remember. California, maybe?
Yeah, it doesn't say. He was denied parole the 11th time.
I was going to say, I think he's still where is Sale Asylum or wherever the hell they got in prison. I think he's still behind bars.
Oh no. Doesn't say what prison. He's in New York though. Wherever New York's prison is. 4 years later. He was just denied parole, and this is dated September 22nd, 2020.
Good. He should never get out. He never should have got life. He should have got the death sentence.
Yeah. Oh yeah, heads are gonna roll here. we know treason is a death sentence. and they're all wanting to say Trump's a treasonist, but no. That's what they call it's accusing your opponent of what you're doing. That's what happens with these people. The pedophiles are accusing Trump of being what they are. And that's the big thing is he's cracking down on the pedophiles.
Trump is?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's the one that put out the pictures of Hunter Biden with the 7-year-old girls. Dad's the same way.
Well, I made a video recently saying Trump should be tried with treason. That's just my opinion.
Most of what they've been saying is untrue, bullshit. You know, they attack
I
his
just
kid
don't.
like they attack Sarah's kid.
I just don't like his better than me rich kid mentality. He's like what Forrest mentioned. I've seen what inherited money does. That's what rich kids. Even
He-
remember that interview he did like years back in the '80s when he was just starting to get popular. He was just so fucking arrogant and cocky, man. It was just he rubbed me the wrong way ever since he was young.
Yeah. Well, he says he's giving America back to the people. The people are gonna. It's the people that are in charge of this country, not those people that say they represent us when they represent China. You're a mess, Jack. He is. I'll get over there to show you. Let's see. Hey, Jack. Stay. Hey, where's my turnaround? There. Jackie.
He is looking pretty rough.
Jack. Jack. Okay. Back. Turn this around again. Hi, Jack. Was that you? Oh. What's that long stringy hair hanging from your belly, Jack? Did you tangle with other dogs, huh? His fur's so long, I think other dogs, if they tried, they just gonna get a mouthful of fur. Huh, Jack? He's bad. You still there?
Yeah.
Uh,
I was looking down at my phone, reading a couple things in the chat.
oh. I wanted to change his name to Holden Golf. Yeah. Who's messed up? Some people, yeah.
Yeah, he is the one who had a catcher in the rye in his pocket when he shot Lennon.
Yeah. That's what I say. Like the people, the important literature. These guys were all Jews except for Hemingway, who was an anti-Semitic, known as an anti-Semitic. So, but yeah, they were all Jewish. So that ties to Moses. And then what's important literature? The most important literature they left out, the Bible. When you want to talk, ask somebody ask a bunch of people what's the most important literature, and how many people are going to tell you the Bible?
It's the best-selling book of all time, if I'm not mistaken.
There you go, Time Magazine. Books stood the test of time.
Yeah, it's the most highly sold book of all time.
Treasures old and new, the Old and New Testament. It's all. But the red text, do not touch the red text. It's in the
Those are
Old Testament.
that's Jesus's word or God's words, right? The red.
Yeah, so Forrest is saying, don't touch the red text. It's in the Old Testament, and and you take the warm waters and the high waters, put them together. Where warm high waters halt is at the end of Exodus, or I mean at the end of Genesis, the beginning of Exodus. So you begin it at Exodus. And why was the water that? Because the ice caps melted. The Younger Dryas that wiped out the North America, all the stuff in North America, killed all the mammoths, and the Clovis people disappeared because something, a comet hit up in the ice cap, melted all the ice, and killed everything in North America.
Knocked us off our axis too, didn't it? Didn't it shift our axis, and that's what caused the ice age?
Yeah, the pyramid here, the air shafts are lined up, and they're 7 degrees off of north, which puts it off the coast of North Pole, off the coast of Greenland. Because if you use that 7 degrees that the pyramid here is off, and the 7 degrees from Tiwanaku or whatever, that place down in
Tiwanaku, yeah.
That place is supposed to be ancient, and they said that the alignment was before the earth shifted. And so you take the north from that for that one, and the north of this pyramid, and they cross right up there off the coast of Greenland, where the North Pole used to be. So that's, I know this is before that period, and that's what killed the people off, and that's what destroyed Atlantis, was that comet that hit and melted the ice caps.
The flood itself.
Yeah. And who knows, you know, is there enough water even with them melted to cover the mountains? No.
Well, if the think of all the ash, look at volcanoes when they erupt. Something like that, a big enough one, especially if it hit like they're saying like down in Yucatan Peninsula, that's like a huge fucking crater off seas there. If it's that big, think of the ash, it's going to kill all the greenery, which slowly starts killing off. Okay, it kills off all the animals that eat. Then it's just the carnivores, and then they're eating each other. I mean, it'd be total fucking chaos. Then you have like everything turning cold. The earth would be fucked up, man, for quite a few years.
Yeah. If a good sized meteor hit out there in the Gulf of Mexico, how far would the wave go inland? And if people came from across the sea and came here, all they'd find is destruction for hundreds of miles.
Yeah, shit. It'd probably send the Gulf of Mexico all the way up to Canada, man.
Yeah. But up here in the mountains might be a little safer.
Yeah.
I found evidence these people traveled up the Rio Grande River as far as they could. And here where the blaze is where they had to get out of the boats and no paddles, put the boats and the people on the Mammoth and go over the Continental Divide to the river on the other side. It's a Southwest Passage.
Yeah.
Instead of the Northwest Passage.
Well, I just glanced down at Lucky Digger said, I just read that the Catcher in the Rye was also linked to John Hinckley, who tried to kill Reagan.
Huh.
Maybe I was mistaken, and it was Hinckley who had Catcher in the Rye and not what's his name with Lemon.
Yeah, don't have your children read Catcher in the Rye.
I never read it, man. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. It just sounds like a fucked up. the premise is a crazy guy and a crazy house.
Yeah.
No, well, it just seemed weird.
Yeah, I've never been into fiction. All most stuff I read is real stuff.
Yeah, I'm
My
more nonfiction.
my astronomy teacher, or professor at the University of Oregon was Professor Jim Brow or Dr. Jim Brow. And if you look him up, he's the guy. He designed the particle detectors for CERN.
Damn.
I had a really good instructor. He's a nuclear physicist, but he teaches astronomy. It was a good professor.
Those are some deep thinking people.
Yeah.
To listen to, I can't follow it, what they say, and like the weave of time and all that. I can't grasp it, man.
All them formulas and stuff.
Yeah, where they say it's mathematically you can prove, like Einstein, time is weaved in and out, and it's not a straight line, it's not linear, and it's like, wow, I'm lost. I can't even
They lose me
I
in the
can't even
math.
think about it.
Lose me in the calculus and the trigonometry and the math and the.
Right.
My
I'm
two great
lost when
teachers
someone,
screwed me on math.
well, when they say they can mathematically figure it and prove it, it's like, holy shit, that's some deep fucking thought just by going by numbers. I'm lost.
Oh, they found out that we're closer to the middle of the Milky Way than they thought we were. So they're telling you that our measuring stick is broken. We don't, and so if they tell you, oh, we're closer than we thought, well, maybe we're closer than they think we are now. And shit could happen in the middle of our galaxy that sends waves out here that fuck us up.
Right.
You know, it's amazing. Like one thing affects something else further down the line.
It's always a chain reaction. Always.
In your lifetime, you breathe some of the same air particle, oxygen molecules that Einstein breathed, or that
right.
Alexander the Great breathed the same air. Everything affects everything else. Okay. I think we should. We got to end it someday. Rick Rack, the storm is here. That's Richie Rich, right? Rick Rack. Mount Ararat. Oh, speaking of Mount Ararat, the last drawing in the book, the guy looking, the lumberjack looking up at the dove on the moon. Moses is Mount Sinai, and Sinai means lunar or moon. And so Mount Sinai is the mountain of the moon.
What language is that? Hebrew? In Hebrew?
No, maybe Hebrew or Arabic. I don't know.
Arabic.
But that's what Mount Sinai is supposed to be, the mountain of the moon. And the burning bush has branches that resemble a willow branch. If you break the thorns off, it looks like a willow branch. The Sanctus Rubinus Sanctus or something. Can't remember. But there's a story. You search for burning bush, willow, and you'll find that the willow is tied to the burning bush.
That's an interesting story in the Bible with Moses and God.
Yeah.
He went up a dark-haired man and came down a white-haired wise man.
Yeah. Well, he was 80 years old before he even started that.
So when he got up and got the 10 Commandments, he was already 80 years old when he got them?
Yeah, he went and walked in the desert for 40 years.
Did he do that before or after he got the 10 Commandments from God?
I think he was 80 when he went and talked to God. So how
Well,
could he
shit,
have not been white-haired before?
Well, here's an example of Hollywood. I always watched that one movie where he was dark-haired at the end, and like he came back down and he was gray-haired, and everybody was like, "Oh God."
He glowed.
Yeah.
No, they say them guys in Ethiopia guarding the supposed Ark of the Covenant. They don't last long because they die from radiation poisoning. They've got something radioactive and they shouldn't be messing with it.
That's a strange little church, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think they even let people in it, do they?
No, only the one guy, and they change that guy routinely because they don't last that long because the thing's so deadly. It's like around here, there's a lot of. I had some friends in Grand Junction, and we went to a party at this house, and the soil is kind of yellow around there, and that's what they call yellow cake. So it's like, nah, I don't want to hang around here too long.
Isn't Ethiopia the same country where they found those religious temples cut into the stone straight down out of the ground? They're like, 150, 100 feet high, like temples that they built straight down. They dug it out of the ground in solid rock.
I think they're in India.
Is that where they're at?
I think. Yeah.
They're like cross. They're shaped like a cross, looking straight down at them. It's like a cross.
And it's a bunch of elephant figures and stuff. That's what they hear is elephant figures, people and elephants.
Well,
people hugging elephants.
Thing I saw, they were dated like thousands of years old, and there's no like the chisel marks or there. It's just exquisitely dug out straight down to these.
Yeah, you can't figure out how the hell they did that.
Yeah, and it's rooms cut out, and it's just amazing. And there's like 3, 4, 5 of them in that area.
I know there's one that goes down, and it's a spiraling walkway going, and it was the well. That's they walked down there to get the water down at the bottom.
Yeah,
some filled with water. Some have no more. Yeah, James, the article says that. Boy, if we still got 14 watching at 2 a.m, maybe I'll do some late night.
I got 4:00. It's 4 o'clock in the morning here, man.
Yeah.
They must be all They must have all be Mountain or East or Western Standard Time.
A lot of people don't have jobs anymore and became insomniacs.
I've gotten to a routine, man. I've been staying up late and sleeping during the day because I don't go out anyhow, so I'm not really missing nothing.
Lee Harvey Oswald had a copy of Catcher in the Rye.
So they all had a copy of
Catcher. Have one too.
That's a dangerous fucking book, man.
Yeah, yeah. Don't get your children. Don't. And high schools don't make the kids read that book.
Do they still do it? I don't think my kids had to read it, man. I asked.
I would think with that many murders, because of people that read that book, that no, you shouldn't read that book. Might turn you into a
Wow.
psychopath.
So how in the hell did it become, is it one of those books that hit at the right time and said the right thing? How did it become so world renowned and we're still talking about it?
I don't know. Lucky Digger saying the article says it's believed the Catcher in the Rye was a trigger used by the CIA and MK Ultra. Didn't know that. Well, yeah, Mountain Time. I can see Taos Mountain from here.
I just saw something in a chat the other day, and they were saying, have you ever heard of the Taos hum? Like a certain gorge you go in around Taos, it hums. You can actually hear a humming.
Yeah, I can hear a humming. It's my generator.
Well, there's one mystery solved. What's next?
Yeah, I've heard about that. They got hums in like San Francisco Bay and Sausalito too, and hums in Seattle. And
What are they attributing it to? Something natural phenomenon or?
I think it's Jack Spoof, the Hummer.
I take it you don't like Jack.
He's pretending that he found he didn't find it. But people don't realize that he is the finder, in quotes, is the pseudonym of the person who wrote that story. He's a storyteller. and the finder is his pseudonym. That's his writer's name, like Patience Dogood is a pseudonym. What Benjamin Franklin went by Patience Dogood. When he says I'm the finder, he's saying I'm the author that wrote that story.
The Medium article story.
The Medium article. And even Doug Preston said, nice work of fiction.
Yeah, support fiction
Because
writers.
Doug knows that he's not the finder. So Doug told us this guy, he ain't the finder. This is just a story.
Well, considering all the pictures and everything that's transpired since June 6th, I could see it. I could see that.
He's another piece of the puzzle.
So then the question would be, why would Forrest go to such extremes? For what?
I don't know. He had dates in mind, and
so could he be doing it to fuck with the real finder?
yeah, I think so.
Why else?
And he wanted to influence as many lives as his father influenced.
Which was thousands.
This is the Bill and Street Marathon show. This is street. They said only certain people can hear the hum.
Maybe they're susceptible to, like, I've always heard Taos area has these vortexes in them, these energy vortexes. That's what brought the Indians there. There's something, not, I won't say wormholes or black holes, but something about this vortex energy around Taos.
Yeah.
So when I heard
the promised land, the land of milk and honey.
Well, when I heard him talk about the hum, which I'd never really researched Taos besides like hearing talk of vortexes, that kind of made it kind of triggered my curiosity. Like, maybe these hums having to do with these vortexes, whatever type energy this is.
Yeah, and that's why this valley's full of crystals.
Yeah,
My land,
that too.
my soil here is like solid. It's crystals everywhere. Everything's
Well,
crystal.
there's places. There's a place in Arkansas, and it's a house where like water will run uphill. You walk in it one way, and like you lose your equilibrium, and it's crystals all around that area, and they say it's a vortex there too.
There are the local cops here are on UFO shows, talking about chasing blue lights.
It
Right
has
out
to
of
do.
Close Encounters. That's here.
Crystals have something to do with it, man. They
There's
do.
supposed to be a spaceship under the sand dunes. And aliens came out of Mount Blanca 10 miles behind me.
Well, it's like the old saying, they never fuck up shit in their own neighborhood, so you're probably safe, Bill. That you're in their neighborhood. They're gonna go fly someplace else to fuck with people. They
I
ever
think
have
they
like
found a stick.
they ever have cases of like cow mutilation and shit like that around there? Any farmers?
Oh yeah, the first cattle mutilations were from here. This is where the first cattle mutilations were reported.
There you go.
San Luis, the same area, right here. They get their herd of elk come across here, and they get antelope and elk and coyotes and rabbits. And, and while I was after it, one of the early things I found in the form, I found the white rabbit hanging in a Christmas tree. It was a rock, a white mark on the rock on the other side of the tree that it looked like a rabbit hanging in the tree, like a Christmas ornament.
In that same area as Moses?
Huh?
In
Yeah.
the same area as Moses?
No, it was closer to Skippy muff diving with Moby Dick. As I told Forrest, he thought it was funny.
How many people use muff diving anymore? Does the people still know what that means? The younger crowd?
I don't know. I got a buddy got throat cancer from it.
Oh shit!
Yeah, but I guess they got it, and I ain't heard from him for a while. I ain't talked to him since he yeah. Some people, you're like, I ain't seen you for 5 years. I'm stopping by. I ain't got time to talk to you. Okay, later. I won't stop by then. Yeah.
Well, Bill, I'm going to call it a night, man. It's been an enjoyable conversation.
Yeah. Yeah. Sometime I want to get a rabbi to come and to be on my Zoom, or a preacher to ask go over all of my Moses links in the poem and the scrapbooks. There's just too much.
Rabbi would be a better view than like a Christian one,
Right?
I think.
But there should be do both just for the different for the
Perspectives of the two. Yeah. They
Yeah.
both see it differently. Their stories are going to be close, but they might retell a few things differently.
The problem with the rabbis is I don't really agree with their politics. That the Rothschilds are great people.
Well, it goes back to they are God's chosen people, man.
No,
That's what the Bible says. They're which tells me they're good with money, they're good with business, they're good business people. Even the mafia used them. They
So-
knew they.
somebody told me the name Gorman came from he was the Gore man who caught the lions he was a Jewish guy who caught the lions for the Colosseum for the gladiators. He was the Gore man.
So that's where they got the word gory, like gory
Yeah,
attack,
he was supposed to
Gorman.
be a Jewish guy though. They caught the lions.
Huh.
Yeah, for the gladiators.
Well, that's the time they were being persecuted back then, right?
Yeah. No, yeah, those might have been those might have been Jews that the lions were eating.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Christians, Jews.
Yeah, there were a lot of Moors actually in Italy. Uh, my ancestor Roger I, Roger II of Sicily. See, because I'm descended from the Rogers Ranger, James Rogers, and his brother was Robert. But they're descended from William the Conqueror, and the Roger was the king of Naples and Sicily. Roger I and Roger II, and they said they were Moors, and so Moors are like Muslim mix or something or whatever, So it's kind of
They were
weird.
in like that. They were reaching out a lot, conquering a lot. Weren't they in like were they in like the Jordan area or something? Like they were in Middle East, but like in between the two?
They were in Italy and Spain and Morocco, things like that. Yeah.
They were pretty successful, man. They were cutthroat. They were vicious.
And Charlemagne was wearing the cloak of Roger I and II. They had got it. It was an Arab or Arabic cloak or something, the cloak of the king, and that got passed to Charlemagne, who's another ancestor. He killed a lot of people, and there's a History Channel show on Moses, and he slaughtered entire villages, women, kids, everybody. He was genocidal himself. And so what do they got to complain if somebody's going to wipe out their race when they wiped out other races?
Well, hell, Bill, throughout all those great kings, that's how they became king by killing other fucking and conquering. That's how they did it,
Slaughtering
man.
enemies.
Yeah, people judge all like modern day Napoleons, all that. Fuck, that's how every army leader wins. You don't go in and negotiate. They went in and kicked ass.
Yeah. Go. When you're done, go look up my new my new congresswoman. Lauren.
And she just got elected. She just got elected in.
Yeah. She owns Shooter's Bar and Grill or Shooter's Grill in Rifle, Colorado. One of the waitresses pack guns, and she's my congresswoman.
I'll check her out, man.
But I think Trump might make her vice president now.
Arm candy. Every president needs arm candy.
She showed up in Congress with both guns firing. She went after Nancy. Nancy did not like her.
Well, Bill, had an enjoyable night, man. Thanks for having me on and talk to you. If I don't talk to you before, I'm on Saturdays, man. Usually every Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, which is like what, 7th time your time. You're welcome to jump on, man.
Okay. Yeah, I just got Greg's internet debt was down or something, so I thought I might as well go on.
Right, right.
I posted
All
the
right,
link.
man. Well,
Join.
take it easy,
He might
Bill.
have just been drunk and didn't want to do it.
That's like 2 weekends in a row, ain't it?
Huh? Yeah,
That's like
yeah,
2.
2 or 3. I don't know, but
Right.
it don't matter. I'm gonna I want to eventually, because you know nothing's happening in Fenn world. I got art to promote.
Right, right.
My salad coming out of my dentures.
Save it for later, man.
Green.
All right,
Okay.
later, Bill.
Take it easy, Jeff. Have a good
All right.
one. Thanks,
You too.
everybody. Any last questions? All right. Any last questions? All right. We'll sign off. Y'all have a nice night, and I'll see you again. Yeah, I need something to talk about. I think the treasure hunt, we're gonna have to eventually just fade away and talk about other things. Had a little politics tonight. My video, if they complain about my video, I'll just delete it. Soon we'll be able to say whatever we want without all this censorship, and that's important. Get rid of the censorship. Let us say what we want. Where's my button? See ya.